live. Welcome back, guys. Looks like we are live. I'm just making sure everything's working. That's my hand. Yeah, let me just put back the big camera so that before we go big and go home, we're gonna do the Avata. So this is a live video. Hopefully it works. I've done some live with the Pablo Pico series, but I've always wanted to do this. I probably waited many months to do it, and I believe without any further ado, we're going to get started. This could be the last day or the first day in the beginning of something new for this drone. I just need to make sure that the tape is correct. This is what you're going to need. A small ruler, for me a small ruler. Make sure the sound check is on. Sound check. I have painter's tape. I have Ziploc bags because I'm going to put things in the bags and as I need them and as I take them out and as I label them. Definitely not this. The space clear of everything so that you can just have a nice smooth workflow, because you're gonna need you're gonna need everything, all the space as needed to take stuff apart, right? So that's why hence everything is gonna go in these labeled Ziploc bags. But I'll have to make more as I mean, I guess I can throw them on the floor, right? Because they're labeled. The tape, of course, and the access motors. Now, these are different access motors. If you know in my video, I bought the wrong ones before, and then now what you need are these. These are the ones, because we're doing the motor upgrade. We're not doing the upgrade kit that does everything. Because for me, I think that if I do the upgrade kit, I might as well just open the GEP RC35, and I like the Avata. So on that note, I just want to make sure this is left. Okay, so looking at it this way, this is how it would go upside down. All right. Yeah, so let's get started. So I just need to I'll check the chats every now and again, but this is not going to be a live session. It's going to be live for you, right? But not live not live for me, if that makes any sense. Just so I'm not going to be able to answer any questions because I'm going to need to focus on this, but I will get back to you guys on this. I just figured you guys would enjoy a little teardown and pray I can put this baby back together. All right, so I'm going to get started. The show's begun. I'm going to start record, but even though this is live, everything happens in real time. Maybe I'll just leave the timer there, right? Oh, you can't see right now, so I'm just setting everything up. So say goodbye to me in the big screen, because we go big or go home. We are done with being big. I just want to make sure. I guess you don't need to see me in this video, right? Because say goodbye to your host, Action 4 Mini. Yeah. And now, hopefully, I'm just going to adjust it. Nice. So that it's, within the range. There's nothing I can do about that. You won't be able to see anything until the video is actually over, if that makes any sense. Like for this, because this is, if I can move that over a little bit. No, maybe move it over the other way. Yeah, that could work. And then move it over one more. I'm just going to get rid of some resistors. I think I'm going to shut the light off because for some reason it just hurts my eyes. It kind of makes me dizzy, to be honest with you. All right, yeah, that's a good angle right there, because that gives the camera right underneath everything. Perfecto. All right. Here we go. Wish me luck. Osmos action. No, because you don't need me, and plus the Osmos action only lasts 45 minutes. And that, given the Osmos action lasts 45 minutes, we're not going to be able to do the full Avata upgrade anyway, because this is going to take longer than 45 minutes, believe it or not. All right, so let's get started. You're like, come on, I got to see this. Or is it going to blow or flow? All right, so you want to take off. Well, for me, I need to take this off. And of course, we lost our camera, which was another reason why I wasn't going to do this live, because we lost reflector, I believe. So that's okay, we can fix that. There we go. So I'll have to check reflector every now and again, but the video is still recording, so I'll be able to edit it. All I said was edit it. Stop recording. And as you know, welcome back to Everything That Glitches, because the Osmos Action 4 tends to have a mind of its own. So I'll be checking the feed every now and again, making sure that it's good to go. Comments we're not going to be doing, but we do need to make sure that we are live on YouTube, right? Because this is going to be a live sender, meaning that we lost our camera. Oh, nice. There we go. Oh, yes. It's still live. Perfect. I'll be checking the feed every now and again. No one's here because it's a holiday, but that's okay. So let's get started. So now I'm just gonna take out the what's holding together the camera mount. This part is easy to put together, and for these screws, right, I don't have any trouble quarreling with, because they don't need a Ziploc bag. These are really identifiable because there's only one of them. Whereas the other screws for your DJI Avata, that's another story, because they're all in the box set. Maybe this will need some special tape in the end, but everything is going to have its own little place to live. All right, so we got that. Right, now we're just going to do the motors, the props, as we know. This is a really great Allen key. 3, 6, 9, 12 at the end of and I don't think I have to. Oh, I do have to. I was going to say, I don't think I have to take off the props, but I do, unfortunately. So the propellers have to come off first. Bummer. And they're labeled, see, orange, orange, which is great. That's what I like about this motor upgrade, because the other one, they're not labeled, and you're pretty much winging it, you know. Have to try and, when putting it back together, I'm not putting it together, when this, you know, trying to figure out which, all right, so the longer screws go to the propellers. So that's nice. And the shorter screws go to the motors, if that makes any sense. But we're not going to be using the screws that go to the motors again, so it's bye-bye. So look, these long ones, if you can see, actually I'll put it there. See? The long screws are to the propellers, and the short screws are to the motors. But this is all going in one bag. Well, they put these on tight. Oh, I know why they're on tight. Because they, DJI put thread locker on them. Yeah. Unfortunately. Which is a good thing. And I would use thread locker too. I have it somewhere. I believe, not glue, not super glue, but thread locker. I have it for my bicycle stuff. But once we know this works, we can make sure everything has the thread locker that it needs. So there's one motor, well, actually two, but there we go. There's one. Remember, orange, orange, and I already have them labeled. Left top, bottom, right bottom. Okay, see that? Right bottom, left top. So you can't go wrong when putting them back together. And as you can see, orange is right there. See that? If you can see the little, so that the code identifier. But when you buy different motors, not motors, when you buy different propellers, it's a bummer. But you got to remember that you know, that's that side and that's the other side. But I don't think the stock motors have a left and a right. That's the bummer part. But I guess DJI did that, right? So that's, oh yeah, that's right. I wonder if there's like a left motor or right motor or no motor. Like, you know, like how does the upgrade work with its motors? So we have that and that. There we go. Like we're replacing the whole motor. Bummer. I wish I knew the answer to that. But I guess you just put it on. I guess it's just because maybe they're programmed, right, to to rotate in the way they're supposed to rotate, like through the flight controller board actually tells it which way to go, right? I would assume. I'm just guessing. But this is going to take maybe 2 to 3 hours max. You know, I don't have an electric screwdriver, and as you know, I've never done this before, and I'm trying to keep everything together. So right now I should have a Ziploc bag for props. It's going to be this one. Props. If that makes any sense. Seems like there's a delay, which is okay. So they're going to go inside the bag. Now we have doing the prop, right? The prop. So the 2, 4, 6, 8. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 big ones, right? Because there are 2 each. And of course we took 1 out, right? Of these. So now we're going to take these off. And so these are okay, they don't matter. They do matter if I need to put everything back together. But I already took 1 out, right? So now I gotta take the other ones off. And then let it work. And the new motors come with screws too, I believe. If not, that's okay. We could reuse these, but most likely not because they're bigger stock motors. So we'll have to do it that way. Great, that worked. We got 1 motor out. And just do it. You know, there's no rush. Like literally, I got all day for this. If it takes 4 hours, great, 4 hours. You know, I'll have to watch the camera to make sure it records, but there's literally no place I gotta be, no place I have to go. It's quiet. Everybody left the house. You know, it's just a matter of patience, right? And just hoping and praying that, you know, you don't miss a step, and that the, you know, just turn everything over. Might have to push everything out a little bit. And as I pull them out, right, everything's going into the Ziploc bag. And then after the Ziploc bag, it's probably going to go into a box. And what's great about this is that I would say if you rebuild the Pavo Pico drone from scratch, you're definitely ready for this. And I've rebuilt the Pavo Pico so many times that, yeah, you know, you got this. Like once you do one FPV drone, you pretty much have done them all. It's just a matter of like, this one is a stack. Like it has like these stacks, it's like a cheeseburger type setup where, you know, where everything is in order. So I think in that sense, we need to make sure that we do that correctly. And of course, there's no way we can mess this up. But I will label these motors before I take it apart, because this way, in case we got to put them back on, right? These motors can go back home, can go back to its original, you know, place it used to live. This way there won't be any trouble. So this one will be, you know, label it with the painter's tape, which is what you want to do, because who knows, you know, maybe it'll short out. Maybe it'll short out, and if it shorts out and I gotta put it back together, it won't be a problem because I know exactly where the motors go, right? Because I labeled them. I'm gonna just push that out. There we go. I'm putting this in the Ziploc bag. So you see nothing is mixed up, nothing, everything is good to go. So now I just need my marker. So we need to one right B, so this will be RB, right? Like Arby's. We go to RB, so I need a small piece of tape. I'm just gonna put RB on it. RB for rear back. And then the other one's gonna be LF for left front. So that if we need to put these back on, right, they will go back to where they need to go. Okay, so that's the left front, which would be here. Here, right there. I'm doing it this way. Okay, you can always cut this later, you know, with scissors or whatever, or you can just tear it now if you want, right? Like just so that we know it's on there. See, left front, and now we go to RB. RBs, because we never know. Like, what if this blows out? I'm like, fuck, I gotta put it back together, right? Well, that's okay. We've got you covered because we took it apart and can reassemble it now, same way. Okay. So now we're just going to take off the sensors. Hopefully this key, universal key, will work for everything. So from what I've seen on other videos, feel free to remake this video too. You know, one of our viewers reached out to me and was like, hey, can you share your setup? I want to do what you do. And great, you know, do it, because, you know, everyone has their own style and way of doing stuff. And, you know, some folks might like your motor teardown instead of mine. You know, so if that makes any sense. I believe they said you have to be careful with this because it's somehow connected in a special way. All right, so this is, oh wow, it's a similar, not the same, because it's a little bit bigger, similar screw to the, I just need to get my Ziploc bag. This is going to be a sensor bag. Sensor outer, sensor inner. So I have two Ziploc bags, one for sensor inner and one for sensor outer. And the reason why is because, as you can see, the inner sensor has its own setup. So I'm going to do SENSOR, inner, INNER, so that we know that, whoops, I just dropped my Allen key, but that's okay. Better to drop your tools and other stuff. Okay, so now we have sensors inner. So I'm just going to take the screws out, and the sensors outer will have their own. And this way there's no confusion, you know? So we'll leave that like that, because I believe that, oh, there we go. Well, sensor inner. This is similar to, so there's like a little thing it's connected to. So I might need that tool so that it, see that right there? You gotta be really careful. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I am going to get my little goggle thingies. So it looks like it's time to get that. Okay, so I got my goggles, or magnify thingies, as you call it. So this is similar to the O3 air unit when you're disconnecting it, which is pretty cool. Trick is making sure, right, that the sensor you take it off, you can see it just pops right out, but slowly. Remember, don't force it. See, voila, and there's the sensor. So it connects similar to the O3 air unit. Putting it back in might be a little bit tricky, but we got this, right? Look at that. So it'll go like that, and then you'll probably use tweezers to help, you know, guide it back into the process. So remember, everything's going, I'm doing this differently because I don't want to fuck it up. So this is the inner sensor. It's going into its own little baggie. So now, well, everything has its own little place. So now I'm going to do the outer sensors, this one and that one. This is fine. For that one, I can take this off, this little magnifying helper thingy. And and sorry, we're not going to be doing Q&A because I really need to focus on this, but I'll be sure to comment later. We're just going to do the Avata. This is the DJI Avata. We're going to be doing the motor upgrade because it's like a little overkill. The Avata's hurting when it just has its stock motors, and you put on your whether your GoPro or your Osmos action camera, it just doesn't, you know, it's not a fluid experience. And I wanna be able to put the camera on, but I also want to be able to fly this baby in normal mode, right? And see how much power it gets. And I want to see the difference with the camera. Who doesn't want a more powerful drone, right? And you don't. And I want to see if it flies, because I see all these videos out there, right? Which is great, but no one's showing, like, what about the guy who doesn't like to fly in manual mode, right? What a guy that wants to do the motor upgrade and fly this baby with the motion controller, huh? You ever think about that? And no one's confirmed, but I want to see. And I'm a motion controller kind of guy. I don't fly with the with the RC. I have some of the drones, but not to the extent. So now, just to maintain continuity and keep things fluid, these screws right here are going to go into the sensor outer bag, okay? And just to make sure, let me just make sure those motor thingies are correct though. Just to make sure these are left front, yeah. So I need to label these first, these again. So what we'll do, and I have tape here, look at that. So we will put this for the left, right? So we know that that's left. Even though the two pieces might be identical, we want to put them back where they were, right? Because, so now we take our marker and our Sharpie. So this is the left, and that's the right. And we just need to somehow, there we go. Painter's tape is the best because it sticks really well. Now, these I heard were really tricky. What's that? Oh, that's that. Okay, so that will just slide right out underneath in a special way. And then we have this thing here. We can use to pry it, plastic on plastic. Won't scratch it. From what I see or heard, that these apparently, well, it just pops out, which is fine. It goes pop, and then you somehow have got to finagle it, right, and make sure that believe, is it connected to anything? Let's just make sure. It looks like no, just some weird tape. Just make sure we don't force it. Nope. But the sensors are in there. Okay, if that makes any sense. So now we know that this is left and this is right. This one's going into the Ziploc bag. Looks like the sensors are, oh, it even tells you which one's right and which one's left, but you know, it's labeled differently, but I'm doing it this way for me. But right is left and left is right for the sensor. So I'll just need to write that down because my sensor, my setup is a little bit different because I'm doing it back, you know, a little backwards. So I'm just going to put for sensor, put sensor, right equals left, and left equals right, because as you can see, that's R, and I have L here instead of R, which is fine because there will be only one way to put it on anyway, right? All right, so then we have that. So now what we got to do is move this one out a little bit. Remember, just pop it and let it pop. See that? Oh, this one comes out a little bit easier than the other one. And then you gotta somehow finagle it. Tape is there. See, it's like it's got some sort of adhesive on it on the other end, and it slides down. But for this, I want to make sure that it stays like that and it stays on there. Maybe just get another piece of tape to secure it. You know, that should do the trick. There we go. And now this, let's see, we'll go on this thing. See that? Voila. So that'll hold that. And then this is going into its Ziploc bag, and I believe we're done with the sensor outer. Okay, and so now all the sensors got their own little baggies. All right, I'm just trying to clear up the space. All right, so now what happens next? I believe we got to take off. I believe the this thing here. So I'm gonna make another Ziploc bag, right, and call it frame, because the frame has its own screws, right? So we'll just move the Avata to the side a little bit, and then I'm just gonna take another piece of painter's tape, and this will be called frame, right? And now you can't go wrong this way. You can't mess up the screws, because everything frame bottom, right? Because we're taking out the screws from the frame at the bottom. This part's tricky because if I flip it over, I could accidentally drop screws onto the floor. All right, so that looks like it's holding in the ESC, these two. This one looks like it's holding in the top part of the frame, and I believe it'll be all right. I love this Allen key. I think this is the Allen key that came with the Avata Motor, Avata propeller kit. So hopefully, the only downside is that it's not magnetic, but it does the trick, and it works. Yeah, this is definitely going to take 2 to 3 hours. I think. There's one. Even though I unscrewed the other ones, this one's stuck, which was great when I pulled out the and this one. That one's just in there because they have thread locker on them. That one I felt move. 2. It's a similar experience to the Pavo Pico. It's a different drone, but once you've seen one drone naked, you've seen them all, and it's just a matter of, you know, the body. Like, what kind of body does it have? What kind of setup is it? So these are there, that's there, that's there. We'll never, ever force it, okay? All right, so I believe there are more screws that have to come apart, unfortunately. But we got the motors out with their screws. As you can see, that's not working because I believe there are more screws here holding it in. Probably. Whoops. All right, we can still continue. It's all right. Reflector, see, that's why. And I didn't say anything. It just stopped on its own. It's possible that it could have been the cap for the recording process. Alright, so now I got 2 videos on there to download. Alright, so let's try this. So now this is frame bottom, okay? Because we don't want to mess up the screws. I'm going to take one screw out of the top. All right, so frame bottom. Actually, you know what? Let's not mix them. Okay, so we're going to do another Ziploc bag, right? And then we're going to call this one frame top. Okay? Frame top. Okay, let's see. And then where's my marker? My marker. Okay. And then we're going to call this one frame top. Now remember, some of you are like, what the fuck is he doing? Listen, whatever works, right? If you can take the bus, the train, the plane, walk, whatever, as long as you can get to your destination, you are golden. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to minimize confusion, put all the parts, right, where they came from when it's time to put this baby back together. And we don't want to mix them up. And then hopefully that one, oh wow, what's that? Oh, that's this. And then, you know, moving forward, everything will just flow and go back. See? Oh yeah, these are longer. Look at that. You can just tell by looking at it. So the frame top has longer screws. And I believe that should be okay though. The front, because the frame, because we're, oh yeah, that will be okay. I just need to take out that screw. Now the other screws might be a little bit difficult because it has some sort of rubber thing on it. So I'm going to have to use the tweezers on that. Hopefully the tweezers will work. Apparently you're supposed to use the tweezers to take the glue out. This is the warranty seal. Now this Avata is not my original Avata. Interesting. My original Avata. Wow, they really put that in there. My original Avata is on the floor, and I got this one secondhand. So this is like a used, it's actually refurbished. A refurbished Avata. So we're breaking the warranty basically. This is called a warranty seal, but that's okay. I'm pretty sure you could use hot glue, right? Or something. So this is going to take a bit, but remember, this is live. You know, this is not, if you want the edited version, that'll come out after I edit this. But I can't remember the last time I edited a 3-hour video. I've done it before. I think it was for some arts festival. And it was like some sort of well, this is a bummer. This part's going to take some time. It is. Bummer. This is just so that I can be able, right, to put the I don't really need the Osmo section, so it's all right. So I can put the hopefully, yeah, we still have audio. The hex key in, otherwise it's not going to fit. So you really got to get in there and just take it out a little piece at a time, which is a bummer. It's like open heart surgery. but that's where the goggles come in. I think I almost got it. Almost. Not 100%. Wow, this is a bummer. What size is this screw? Oh, it's right here. So I gotta see how much further I have to go. Wow, I got a bits to go. Bummer. Alright. Well, the good thing is that it's steel and it's metal, but the only problem is that, you know, it just has to be opened. Kind of wild because the store actually sells this. If you've ever been to the DJI Avata store, they actually sell the frame, which is really cool. Bummer. Not easy. See? I'll let you guys have a look. I gotta take out the glue that's in there so I can fit the hex key in. And I don't want to apply heat to it, you know. The only heat that's going to be applied is the heat to the solder that's going to go on the motors. Nice. Almost, but not close enough. And then once I get this out, I could probably apply heat to it and melt what needs to be melted out, right? Just got to do a little bit at a time. Oops, just don't want it. Can't break it, but you could break the tip to your X-Acto blade. And that's something. And if you have a better way of doing this, leave it in the comments, because, you know, we can make other folks' lives easier too. Okay, let's see. Let's see if Mr. Hex can fit in there. Nope. Wait. No. Damn it. Unless, you know what? Let's just wing it. It's been a while since I turned this soldering iron on, and I don't remember how to do it. Oh, the on-off switch is over here. Who knows, we might not be able to do the motor upgrade. Maybe not. If it doesn't fit in there, right? No, I can't. Got it. Sweet. Don't need the soldering iron, but this is a tough one. They really got that in there. Wow, and it's like caked with, and I didn't strip the screwdriver. I mean, a little bit, yeah, unfortunately. But thankfully I have another one. So you might strip the screw, putting it back in. They do have these Avata kits that, you know, you can, yeah, bummer. Like literally. But that's the least of my worries, because you can always get the frame on eBay for $20, right? And then just, but thankfully it's salvageable. Let's see. Yeah, you'll just have to, yeah, bummer. But it is what it is. All right, so now we got that. We got the frame thing. You could always like put a little glue or something to get it to turn. But once it's on, it's going to be on. Let's see what we got there. Yep. Okay, so there we go. So now this should, oh nice. Let's move this. Oh, that is, oh interesting. Oh, not really, but. Whoops, I gotta fix that. Hold on a second. Just want it to be like that. Okay. So now I need to take off these things. My magnifying goggles. Okay. So now I believe we got all the screws out. Something else is holding it together. Probably the part with the ESC stuff. Yeah, I see underneath. So most likely we probably gotta take this apart from here. Dun. Can't see, I don't have my glasses on, but let me turn off actually the soldering iron. Okay, so we got, oh wow, that's connected to with some heat paste. That's connected to there. Really interesting. Some stuff is connected through there. Really nice. Really interesting. So that goes up in there. Which is really cool. Looks like there's something under there. Wish it came apart this way. That would have been awesome. You got some heat paste. And you got some wires under there. Looks like the O3 air unit, the GPS, and some other stuff. interesting. Don't want to tear that. And we know that these pop out, these sensors. So we'll just, one is right, one is left. They're not straight, so they're sideways. These are just some right sensor thing. Just pull that out. See that? And then the other sensor, left sensor, which is the right, which is fine. We'll figure it out when we put it back together. This part's tricky because it goes into its own little thingy, and that goes there. I wonder if there's more into it under there. Nope, nothing under there. And then this. And there are more screws. We took out the screws to the ESC that are holding in the frame. Unless that sticker comes off, right? It's the only thing I can think of. Which is a bummer. If it does, see the paste, the heat tape under there. But I thought at least I thought. Ah, there we go. You got to push it out gently, right? So that it just pops. Make sure no piece left behind. It's really in there, to be honest with you. Like really in there. Gonna leave this like that. There we go. It's really hard. You gotta push it, like literally force, so that the bottom, right? This part is easy because it's got painter's tape on the other side. I don't know how we're gonna get it back in. I'm pretty sure it'll be easier putting it back together. But the pieces, it's like jam in there, and you don't want to push it too hard because you want to watch out for the other stuff in there. Is it the memory card? Nah, memory card's not. Like slowly push, slow and push, slow and push. If that makes any sense. And believe it or not, there aren't any more screws holding it together on this end. It's just a matter of gently trying to pry it. See, like that. Put it back in. I don't know, it's another story. Because it's really in there. But one thing I can say is that, voila, when we do put it back together, I'm definitely going to put the bottom in first. Or we might not even need the bottom. Actually, we do. All right, so there. So I think, so this, you could put it on the side. You know where that's going to go. So that's fine. And left and right, and that's the top. All right. It just wasn't as fluid. Take the memory card out. Okay. I think for this, we're going to label it with another piece of tape. Hold on. I'm going to get rid of this. Put this on the side. Let me think, how are we going to do this? Fortunately, we do have to take it apart, which is not a big deal. So you see here, everything's fine, but it has to, oh wow, interesting. There's no screw there. Usually, if you've ever taken this apart, there's usually a screw here and there. All right, so on that note, I'm going to put this for B, because we see the power right there. This is the back. Oh, well, there's only one way to put it in, actually. All right, so now we're going to need the screwdriver again. I believe in this case, it's going to be a Phillips head. Hopefully I have one. I believe I do. I have one from this set. Just going to take this out. So now you have to take apart this screw. No, that can stay. You have to take apart this screw. Thankfully my screwdriver is magnetic. Hopefully these two screws are the same size, and as you can see, only one screw is in there. Like each side has one screw. And then what we do is, this I've done before with the other drones. This is like a universal procedure. Just want to be really careful. Maybe use plastic. Right. And then what we'll do is we'll lift it up. See that? Like that. And there's no, you know, you can't mess this up putting it back on. And then what we do here is lift that up. There's some tape on there, some like foil tape. Slowly do it. Is that right? Yeah, I see. Because we don't want to mess it up. See that? It's like a special like adhesive that's on there. That's holding it in like a little glue. So we gotta remember how that goes. I might have some glue for that. And then I guess just pop that out. Got it. Voila. It'll be a little tricky putting it back, but you know, we have all the parts right there. All right. And then now, Same thing there. This one is the 03 air unit. I've seen it before, done it before. This one we might be able to just do it, right? It's like we should just be able to pop it out. Maybe so many other videos I've done it before, but remember, no two drones are ever the same. That's the problem. And you want to make sure that, you know, when you do it right, because it's actually holding it together. Bummer. This one I think I can pull back, just so it's pulled back enough, and then I can somehow finagle it. If it lets me. Might have to take the tape off. Yeah. It's working as an adhesive to like help bind it in place. Okay, now it's just the angle that it's at though, you know. I think if we can pull the wires from here, like pull it from the wires, and then somehow pull it up. Got it. Nice. Alright, so that comes out. Just got to be careful putting it back in. And the only problem putting it back in is putting it, like, making sure it's lined up. But it should snap back in, like, into one. So now we have a screw here. Make sure that's like that. I believe these screws are all the same. Or I guess now, actually let me screw this one back together. Because now, see, there's the 03 air unit. Wow, the motors are right under there. Wow, so I'm going to screw this one back in, right? That one has nothing. That one has the one that's over there, but I don't think we're going to need that go in there again. Okay, so now we can flip it over, right? And take out the screws. Hopefully it'll let us take out the top part. Look at that. Kind of neat. So we just need to get to the motors. So there's a frame top. Those go on the side. That's pretty self-explanatory, so those don't need their own Ziploc bag. But now this one will go here, since we know that these are to the 03 air. Right. With that there, where's my blue tape? I'm just gonna call it 03 air. 1 second. 03 air. So these screws will go there. Have a little tape on them. Right, 03 air. And now It should lift off, hopefully. Nice. So put this here. It's got a little heat tape, heat paste on there. Now this part might be a little bit tricky, as you can see. Oh, actually not. Maybe, just maybe, if we can take off these pieces of tape, right, and reuse them. Look at that. Oh yeah, definitely. So we might not. So this would be right, just put them on the side according to how they should go, how you took them off. And there we are. Nice. And this will be left. So we could reuse that tape again. All right. So now, probably the hardest part is, it's nice. Let's see, it looks like a regular flight controller. Like if you've done one, you've done them all. There's the solder. There go the motors. The only thing I don't know is if, like you see how the motors are different, left, right, up, down. I think you just put them on, right? All right, so now this is where I heat up my soldering iron. And I'm going to take off one of the motors. See, the problem with these motors, though, is that, I mean, there's really no problem with them, but you're only going to get one take on the Axis motors, which are here. There's one, there's two. Now, the reason why you're only going to get one take is because the length of the wires, right, are long. You don't want them long. Whoops, looks like we lost something. Yes, we lost the reflector. Don't worry, I got you guys covered. You know, that'll happen every now and again, which is why interesting. Looks like we lost reflector. Ah, there we go. And which is why I am also recording this, right? And so my plan is to also edit this, right, and then do it, you know, make it like maybe a 10-minute video instead of a 2-hour session. But this is live though, so remember the edited version isn't going to come out. Probably might take a week or two to edit it, because remember this is a I think it's going to be a 3-hour video. So as to get these the right length. See that? See how long this is? Right? And so that's going to be the tricky part. Not so tricky, but I think if I take one off, right, and then do another, let me see. I've seen some, I don't really see a need to, what's that? Oh, I see, there's like some protective tape at the bottom. I believe, what's under there? No, I don't think we have to. I think what we can do is we can, you know, just, I think we could, just having a look. Yeah. Oh, there's more tape on the other side. Bummer. Okay. Looks like we'll have to take out the O3 air unit. So this part's universal because there is stuff underneath. There's more tape underneath holding the wires, if that makes any sense. So you really want to make sure, and there's only one way to put this in, so you're fine there by putting it on the side. You're like, oh no, which way's up, which way's down? The O3 air unit only goes in one way, but if you screw that up, you will have to take this thing apart interesting. You will have to take this thing apart. So there's more there. Wow, these things are really in there. Okay, so we got one here on the bottom. And then we'll do the other side. They really, like, bummer. Yeah, so for this one, you're probably gonna need a really good soldering iron, like the one. No, I don't think the pencil is designed for this. It's a beautiful board though, really beautiful. Let's see if we can. Yeah, look at that. Just gonna zoom this out a little bit. Really nice. Well made. So now, yeah, the hardest part is going to be the motors. Let's see. I do have another helping hand. Someone said let gravity do the work, but the problem is getting it to hold. The heat, right, can do the work. I'm also doing it so it's on the right side too, you know, because I have no idea which way this comes off and comes on. They said let the gravity do it, but these things are really on there, like literally. Wow. Alright, so I'm gonna have to use the more powerful soldering iron. Hopefully it works. I believe letting heat do the job. This one's already tinned, although it's been a while since it's been used though, but that's okay. The good thing is that it's tinned. Move the other motors and stuff out of the way. That stuff is new. This is here. And temperatures looks like it's pretty high. Putting solder on the tip, maybe that will help. Nope. Wow, interesting. Interesting. Let's try and use the solder wick. Or you know what? You no, I can't do that. I was gonna say maybe just strip the wires, right? And leave the solder. And then heat shrink the wires on? It's not a bad idea. So I turn the soldering iron up. Could be the soldering iron, because remember the pencil is amazing. It's phenomenal. Whoops. Some more. Got one. Not easy. Two. Three. Not bad. And that'll be easy. The spacing is so great in between them that you're not gonna have any trouble soldering them back together or worrying about bridging. It's impossible to bridge this, but it is possible to put on it is possible to put on the 03 air unit wrong, like literally to the point where like if you have to make sure it's lined up. Not the motors though. The motors I'm not worried about. So this you get one take on. I believe what I'm gonna do is just leave a little bit, you know, give yourself like whatever's there, because you can always tape it, put the black, you know, apply the black tape. So I'm gonna do right about there. Where are my snippers? So I believe what I'm gonna do is just gonna, you know, try to match it, right? And give it a little bit of room, because you see it's already marked with my fingernail impression, because you just want to you want buffer, and buffer because there we got that. Leave a little bit of buffer. So there's one motor. See? And we could always do like they did, put the black tape around it. See, this part just took about 44 minutes. See? There we go. So now, and I'm glad I left buffer, because as you could see, I thought it was even, but one is shorter than the other. So now, what we can do is make them even. There. And then, as a little trick we learned from FPV Unknown, they don't have to be long. They have to be really short. Like really short. I guess comparable to the previous experience, right? And then it could be a little bit, I think it could be a little bit longer. See, look. We can match them just a tad more. And we're not done because we have to tin them, unfortunately. But the good thing is that it will have that special tape on them, right? The good thing is that the plastic comes right off. Literally, you won't have any trouble taking off the plastic. You don't need wire cutters. Alright, so then what we can do is we can, now the next hard part I could always open the other helping hands, right? Since I didn't take it back yet. Might not be a bad idea. So now, the next part is to tin the wires. Or, you know what? I don't have to. I have, oh, the clay is over there on the other side. So, I could use this, but you want to be really careful with your motors. Because I'm just going to tin the wires. Can you see that? No, you can't. There. Just going to tin them. Nice. Nice tinny tin tin. That's one. Nice. All right. Might bring out the pencil. I think this soldering iron's crap. Literally. C-R-A-P. Like, once you've soldered with the pencil before, you kind of get spoiled, and you kind of know what to expect from a soldering iron. And when you don't see it happening, it means it's time to upgrade. I just need to, my pencil setup is backwards. This is the soldering iron. This is the holy grail of soldering irons. For some reason, I really don't know the design behind it, but it works. Like, to the point where you're just wowed by it. Now, where is my solder? It heats up fast. You don't need to do a second take on your soldering. The other one might be hotter for the other parts. Yeah, look at that, so much easier. And it's cleaning up the other hot mess. All hopefully. So in these, we're going to solder them the same way, right? They came, we just basically solder them. Okay. And you want to make sure the motors are going back the same way, going on the same way that they came off. If that makes any sense. So the tricky part is making sure. And the best part is that you can't bridge it. It's impossible. I don't know how guys blew up there. Great, that's one. There's two. And there's three. Nice. Yeah, it's a little tricky, but impossible to bridge, because at least this flight controller, because they give you there's so, well, they didn't give me, because I don't think you're supposed to do this. Well, there's like plenty of space in between, and in the end I'm gonna lay it down flat, right, and then just put more solder on it. There's like plenty of space to do whatever it is you need to do. The only trouble is I gotta plug out the pencil soldering iron, which is okay, and then just clean it off a bit, because I think I'm going to use the other one, the hotter one, to remove the prop guard. So that's it. This one's done. This one's going in the box, and then now we're going to do the other one. Okay, let's see. So they say let gravity do the work, but these things are really in there. They're super tight, like the wiring, and you got to be careful, because it can splash you, you know, and you don't want that. So let's do this here. I'm going to do this one first and then just flip it over. It could splash you, and you don't want to be splashed with hot solder in your face. There's one, you know, there's two, that's one, that's two, that's three. I think the tricky part is going to be putting it back together. This part's easy. I mean, if you've done this once, you've done it all. But I think the hardest part, if you saw the takedown / teardown, it's not easy. One more solder, and you got to make sure that you got the O3 air unit in correctly, because most newbies have made that mistake before, which sucks, and it's a bummer when you put the O3 air unit in incorrectly. All right, and we're matching everything, so we're gonna basically get the other motor, right? And take the other motor and I can find it. Take the other motor. Oh, it's right here. And then just measure it so that each one is going to be the same size as it was. So this one's going to match the size of its brother, right? Now, add some more line. And remember, we're giving buffer, right? It's better to be safe than sorry. Have that extra slack that can be taped, right? Rather than no slack and wishing you had it. You know, and it's not going to affect your flight. Like, oh no, it's too long. You just have to adjust it after, you know. You could use some tape or whatever, but I'm giving slack. Slack to my little buddies. I just hope that it doesn't say which one's left, which one's right. We'll know. We'll probably, we're in the basement in a controlled environment. Because I don't know if you've had with your Avata, sometimes it just goes like when you shoot it up, when you start it up, it just goes flying up in the air. I'm like, what the hell just happened? You know, so hopefully that doesn't happen. But this part is easy. It really is. Once you get to the 03, or once you get everything, it's not so bad. It's the it's putting it back together, because if you've watched in the beginning, it was really hard to push it out, and I didn't force it either. You know, just for some reason, the thing flew or flowed. Now we're gonna give them the same amount of, you know, that one's a little bit long, but it could be cut. We're giving him the same everything, that same length, and we learned this from FPV Unknown, who shared the secret. We got 2 people watching, probably 1, because it's just me watching me, making sure the feed is still live. And the other one is the other viewer. Welcome, whoever you are. I'm glad you're here. We don't get many viewers, which is fine. Because as you can see, sometimes my live feed is glitchy. But thank you for stopping by, and thanks for being here, whoever you are. Okay, so now we're just going to apply some more solder. Oops. And put some more here. Just going to retin the tip. Nice. Now that we've retinned the tip, we're going to put more solder on it. And then, actually, that one worked out better. I'll clean it off. Nice. Got it. Now the hardest part again is soldering it in, which is a bummer. Remember, all 3 wires have to match up, and they're going in the same way they came out. All right. So we'll just do, well, these tinned out really nice, better than the than you guys can see. Look at that. It turned out really well. Now the trickiest part is getting them. Okay, just want to make sure. Remember, you have to solder them the same way. So So just copy the one below. Okay, that's why I'm doing them one at a time, because I'm mimicking. See, this part is facing me. That part right there, the mount part. Okay, and now just making sure, because remember you only get one take. And that's it. And in the end, I'm gonna put more solder on. Again, the good thing is that it is impossible to bridge these connections because there's so much space between the solder joints, between each wire, that it's just impossible. But I will put extra solder on, and that's not going to hurt it. Nice. Ah, bummer. It's okay, we can fix it. Hold on. Accidentally bridged the connection. See, speaking of the devil. Got it. Unbridged. But even though it's unbridged, they still have to apply more solder. See, that's the that's the trouble with this angle. It would probably be easier, right, if it were flat. If that makes any sense. When putting in that extra. Nice. Voila. This one, the one at the bottom. Nice. Just making sure everything. Voila. Okay. Now we just make sure, yep, every wire is aligned properly. Sweet. Now, move the solder out of the way. Now we gotta move one of these things. Yeah. Once it's soldered on, it's not coming off, ever. But if a motor ever stops, it means that your solder is messed up. Or it doesn't, like, you know, work. Okay, now I'm doing next motor. 2 more motors to go, unfortunately. 1, 2, and last one. If I can just reach it. Got it. Sweet. Now I gotta open up another box. Wow, so this part took about an hour. These can go back into the box. We're gonna need to open the box again though to get the screws, but that's later. So no need to take the screws out now. Yeah, so this is pretty easy. It's impossible to bridge anything, but I could see how it's not really fluid putting it back together. So that's where the disconnect is. So that if you're comfortable soldering, you're great, but putting it back together is gonna be tricky. But we got this. I have a question. How can we charge this Avata fast? I don't know how to charge the Avata fast, to be honest with you. Oh, well, if you buy the supercharger, if you don't have the charger that came with your Avata, right? Then it's going to take forever. But if you have the honestly I don't know what it's called, but if you have the charger, I could leave a link in the description at the end of the video. But you need the supercharger, and that's how you do it. Because otherwise, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I've left my Avata charging overnight with the regular charger, and it was still charging in the morning. I was like, what the fuck? And so basically you have to get the supercharger. And then I think it charges it, well, in less than an hour. That's the only way for shoddy by Parth. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've been there. Because I was like, what? I just charged, I would have to, yeah, so that's what sucks. But I'd have to test and see. I don't have it with me. What's the outage that's coming out of the, that's a good idea for another video though, because I have the same problem. I want to see what the output is. I have a little output thing here, but I don't have it connected yet because I don't, you know. But yeah, it's a disappointment when your Avata takes all night to charge. No charger came with Avata. I am from India, so there is no charger available. Also, please let me know where I can buy it from India. It's tricky. I would say Amazon, but I don't know if Amazon goes to India. But if they sell iPhones or computers in India, your local computer store, and tell them what you want, and basically you want it to be a supercharger. You want it to be, I forget what the wattage is, but I will check. Again, I'll leave a link in the description, so come back and check this live video, and I will tag you of the charger I have. Now you may not be able to find that charger, but you want something equivalent to it. Basically the wattage, right? Like a 60 watt charger, 100 watt charger, and then that's how you'll be able to charge your Avata really fast. Amazon is different in India. They don't sell us products here. What about Alibaba? Is it Alibaba? I forget what it's called. What about them? Well, anyway, yeah, that would work out. But I'll leave a link in the description for you after this video to show you what I got, what the specs are, what the measurement, you know, like, and then you might not be able to find the same one, but you'll definitely be able to find the equivalent. So I hope that helps you there. But I just can't do it right now because, as you can see, I only get one shot at this. And then if it doesn't work, I'll be buying more than a charger. So like regular iPhone chargers, okay, but a supercharger. But you don't want, you want the one, you know, like I said, I can't, I don't know from the top of my head, but I will leave a link in the description so that you can see it at the end. But you'll have it in probably like an hour or two. This is taken, yeah, about in 2 hours. I will tag you and tell you which charger to get or which chargers I have, right? so that you can see, you know, so it'll help you level up. Not even Alibaba. We get fake products from Alibaba site. Oh wow, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, so I don't really know what to say to that. But here we don't have. I got some stuff from Alibaba recently. It worked out pretty good. Even if it was fake, it still worked. And for me, I'm a big fan of, not fake, but like, they're, you know, like, I don't have to have the name brand. As long as it does what it's supposed to do and it works is equivalent to the whatever it is that you want, then go with it. Like my you know, like my mic stand, it's not the mono stand, but you know what, it works just as good. But whatever, you know, whatever they sell, what you want is the wattage. Okay. Let's see, hold on a second. What else did he say? So like, I can work with you remotely. I'm an editor. I don't, yeah, well, I mean, like, not work with me, but you know, this is the channel. I'm not hiring or anything, but I don't do any editing. I'm not doing any editing, but you know, you can come and watch and you know, enjoy the show. You know, this is like fun. We're having fun. We're not working. We're not editing. But yeah, that pretty much sums that up. But yeah, so no, we don't. But Afix is usually here. He can probably chime in on what kind of charger to get that'll work just right for you. And I could too, but as you can see, I'm doing a live video for the folks, and this live video is gonna help people. But usually I do live Q&A too, but this isn't the Q&A. But I can, you know, answer what I can, and even if I can't, like I said, I will get back to you later. But yeah, have you done the motor upgrade? Did you, what, like, how's your Avata? Aside, are you thinking of doing the motor upgrade? Hopefully it works, you know. That's one. Da, 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 da. Here, like I was saying, the motor upgrade is pretty straightforward. The hardest part is going to be putting it back together. It's literally impossible to bridge the connections, but again, the hardest part is going to be putting it back together. Nice. Because once you've done one flight controller, you've done them all. But the problem with this is, like, it's layered like a cheeseburger, like a cake, like a tiramisu. And so you really have to get it right. And nice. That works well. And you just want to make sure you don't bridge anything. I'm not doing any upgrade to my Avata. I just started FPV and this is my first drone. So if you're not doing an upgrade, that's great. I would say stick to the motion controller for your Avata. You know, if that makes any sense. I have it, and I've done manual a couple of times, but since you're in an area where it might be hard to get parts, motion controller, I love it. I mean, a lot of the FPV guys frown upon it, but you know what? It still works. You're still a pilot. and have fun. You know, literally enjoy it. But yeah, it's so great being able to move the controller left and right, and it just works. Like literally, it just fucking. I think the problem is that DJI is making it available to everyone. Now anyone can fly an FPV drone. And before, you basically, you know, you had to be an engineer or have some sort of software experience and background in order to be able to fly FPV. And DJI changed all that when they introduced the Avata. They were like, you know what? You too. Which is great. I think it's just phenomenal. You know, it opens the door. My kids can fly it, so you'll be okay. If my kids can fly it, you can fly it, and they're 10. So you'll be alright. The hardest part is this part, trying to get the motor out, the motor wire. One, and then you just apply more solder on it. The wires are hard though. Point where I'm like, what the hell? But you just put more solder on, that's all. To the point where this one's not working. Okay. Whoops. I need to do an acrobatic move because literally, as you can see, it's not working. If we can, where's my soldering iron? I guess RC suits best. It's more like fun. Yeah, remote control. No, not really. I mean, the motion controller, it's just the way to go, man. Like literally. You can't go wrong with the motion controller. And then level up. Well, depends. I can't say level up because I'm still trying to level up. When you're ready. That's 2. That's 3. And then I just got to put more solder on it. Which is easy. Yeah, I mean RC is the best. I love RC remote controls, but this is the motion controller is a whole new ball game basically. It's phenomenal if you ask me. Like, because when I first bought the Avata, I was blown away by it. But when I start first flying FPV without the in manual mode, I was gonna return it. Literally, it's so hard. And then finally, in the flight simulator, if you should shoddy path, in the flight simulator, if you use the remote controller, or you can use an Xbox remote controller, it's cheaper. Fly in level mode in the flight simulator, you're going to be okay. But the Avata won't fly in level mode or angle. Hopefully, DJI is giving everyone an update. Mini 4, Mini 2S, where all these drones are getting updates, right? But they haven't pushed an update to the Avata, which I hope that they push an update to the Avata, where the Avata will have level mode. You'll see, test out the flight simulator liftoff, and it's just amazing being able to fly in level mode. Of course, I could still fly in acro mode, but I have to fly in acro mode probably for about 20 minutes before I actually can do it naturally. That's the only bummer. Okay, now we're going to tin these wires, and we're almost done. We got the last motor. Nice. And it doesn't say anything about left and right, so hopefully that's just the propeller thing. But yeah, you'll be fine. As you know, and I don't know what it's like in India, but you know, here in the US, like FPVers frown upon the guys that use the motion controller. But you know what? The only thing you're not going to be able to do with your motion controller is flips, and I'm fine with that. But with these Axis motors, I wonder what angle it's going to fly at, or what speeds I'm going to pick up. Because again, I'm not flying in acro mode, but it's not for everyone. And you know, you just be proud of how you fly, and don't worry about what other people think. That's all. And you may never fly in what do they call it, in acro mode, or who knows, maybe you will. But whatever it is, enjoy it, and don't worry about what people think. Do you, like they say, just do you. Do you, don't worry about me. Nice, that one tinned really well. You like FPV unknown, say my soldering skills are getting better. They're not good, but they're getting better, you know, and they're getting better. But I still have to reply back to his comment, which I will do after this. Cool fella. Every channel should have an FPV unknown and an AFIX. AFIX too. AFIX is like, chimes in. You fly for fun or for your profession? A little bit of both. When you fly for fun, it's great. When you fly for someone that wants photos, you know, it's a different ball game. Pressure, performance. Are they gonna like it? Do you have to go back? But it is what it is. Oh, there we go. Welcome back to everything that glitches. That's okay. It's reflector. But that's why I'm watching the live feed too. You know, to make sure. And it's still recording, which is great. All right, one more motor. Keep your hands safe. Oh yeah, no, always. The trick to keeping it, well, you don't have to worry about your hands with the Avata. But if you're flying another FPV drone, yeah, you really gotta watch your fingers, which is I'm not a fan of. You know, it's not for everyone, and I'm not there yet when it comes to flying FPV. You know, I'm more the recreational guy. If that makes any sense, I'm gonna make sure these are correct. That's correct. That's correct. And is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. So, because remember, you only get one take. I could always twirl the wires around. That's fine, but one take, one shot. Oh, while soldering. Yeah. You gotta watch your hands while soldering. I've burned my hands many times, but you get better. The more you do it, the better at it you get. But when you do burn your hands, it's okay. Why? Do you solder too? Have you had soldering experiences? What do you solder? So I'll have to bring it in closer. This one I'll have to pull back. Because it does require a steady hand, which is hard, man. And plus, I don't know if you saw my last video, I had to return the other helping hands. They just were missing parts. It came with the parts, but the parts were didn't work. The bolt wasn't threaded. It was like missing. So I put it back in the box. I was gonna return it to Amazon today, but it didn't work out. Oops, because I slept in. Last night's podcast didn't end until later. Got it. Voila. Now I just need to apply a little more solder. And that's it. Now I gotta put this baby back together. Nice. So everything's good to go, almost. I just need to apply more solder where needed. And then check the joints for bridging. Oops. And disconnects. And just make sure, even if you have to redo one, redo it, you know, because as you saw in the beginning, this thing is not easy to put back together. Nice. Check all your joints. All right. Is this light on? Oh, there we go. Nice, nice, nice. Fair. Nice, nice. Perfect. So only one joint needs a little more solder. Two, actually. And those can be done this way by just putting it flat, because we're not taking it off. Right, we just want to make sure that it stays level. Right, we can put the clay. Where's that clay? Oh, it's back there. It's all right. Put a little more solder there. Nice. That one's fine, that one's fine. And a little more solder, maybe there. That's it. Oh, maybe right there. Got it. That's it. We are done. I wish I could say that we're done. I gotta put the thing back together. We live with our parents, not alone working, unless you are poor. Okay, that's good. That's fine. You know, some people have to live, you know, at least you're living, at least you have a place to live. And here in the US, a lot of parents throw their kids out when they're 18. Like, okay, you're on your own, that's it. At least you have that support, you know, and hopefully you can do the same for your kids. But yeah, here you're pretty much, that's it. They give you the boot. It depends on your family too. Like if you're Italian, most likely you wind up living with your family anyway. you know, certain ethnic groups and backgrounds live with the family. So, you know, it all depends, but at the end of the day, you know, it's nice to have, I presume, help if you can get it, you know, and then, you know, save up for your own place. Interesting. Hold on a second. Upper. Okay, now I need to find. I had them. There's 1, 2. There's one there, one there. I'm gonna put this away since we're done with it. The blade. I was telling you about soldering education systems in upper class. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. It works. Now I need to find. We don't need this anymore. So I'm just cleaning up a little bit. Is it there? Nope, not there. I believe we have a ruler. Didn't need the ruler, which is great. But I do need. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Maybe it's underneath. Nope, not there. I see one of them. I'm gonna put this back in the box. In the box we don't need until later. You done? Let's go. I see this. I see one. Where are the other ones though? I thought there was more of these. Right? That should have been. I need the goggles though. So this goes here. See that? You want to make sure that you get it on correctly. It's a Christmas. Yeah. They do Christmas. No, Christmas. Everybody got what they wanted for Christmas. There's that. See that? Voila. And then we have this one. Except I need the glasses. Where are the glasses? Glasses. Magnifying glasses are here. We might need to melt a little more solder. Just so I can put, oh no, it's alright. But, to play it safe, right? What I plan to do is use a little more tape. This is the tape here I have. Because you want to be safe and sorry. And it's not detrimental to the Avata. Yes, I gave them presents. They got not a lot. You know, one got boots. They both got boots. A towel. And some other stuff. Nothing fancy. Because we're not really, you know, we just do what we do. See, this is the troubling part. I don't know how they put the tape back on. But it'll hold, right? Except you can't cover the hole. Guess you can. Nah, you can't because the screws won't come through. How the hell did they put that tape back on? tape's working a little bit, but not a lot. Bummer. And it's not sticking unless, right, we reshape it, put it on the wires. Yeah, that'll work. Just making room for the hole so that was the other way is not working. And there we are. See, now we got that, and then we can apply some more on the other side, and then over. Just let it go. It's not working. The tape is not reusable. I'll probably put it on, but it's not. Oh wow, 4 a.m. Oh, I will PM you with the charger information after I'm done with this for sure, because I have to pull out. I have to basically plug it out of the wall, and it's behind the wall, which is behind everything, because I have it set up so that it just, you know, I plug it in. Good night. Yeah, happy 2024. And remember to check the video. I will, you know, leave it in the description of the video. I'll tag you. So leave on your alerts, because I've tagged other people. And apparently they don't get it if they don't have the alert notifications on. So if that makes any sense. Nice. And then we got this, and then what I could do is I'll just wrap it around, you know, each one, since the rubber tape isn't working. Nice. See, look at that. It takes a little longer. Yes, good night. Yes, keep grinding. Exactly. Keep grinding. Push, push, push. You gotta keep pushing. That's how life is, you know. It's an uphill. Everything's uphill. Nothing's easy. Unfortunately. If it was, then, you know, but it's not. Great. See, look at that. And then I just got to do the other side, which is not easy. Keep grinding away. That's right, because this will all be a blip in the past. You'll be like, remember that time I took the Avata apart? Yeah. It's not easy putting it back together. I mean, taking it apart. Hopefully it pops right in. Right? That would be cool. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas. And then with Mariah Carey. That's all you hear. I wonder if they have that song in India. They get Mariah Carey. I remember when I was growing up, I used to watch the Indian videos, and I was like you know, on MTV. It's really cool, the Bollywood videos they call them, because you know, here you have like one guy singing, and then you know, it's like Mark Spitz or whatever, and then or whoever's singing, and then there you got like one guy singing, and he's got a whole freaking entourage, you know, like the whole family's in the video, like 30 people in one video. It's like, what? It's kind of cool, kind of neat. It's like everything's one big celebration. But not just that, what's really amazing is that it's well choreographed, that they all move at the same time, like a Michael Jackson Thriller video, you know? Everything's in sync. But except it's not a thriller. So that part's pretty impressive, if you ask me. So yeah, that's pretty good, right? Look at that. Black tape didn't work, but we managed to use this tape. The black tape wasn't reusable, unfortunately, which is a bummer, if you ask me. You still got to do that side. I wonder if the tape will work, if it's reusable. Maybe it's not reusable, right? But hopefully this part. Oh yeah, this part will work. Nice. Sort of. We're still gonna... Oh, I don't know if we can though. See how it just pops out, right? To some extent, not all, but see how it... Bummer. I mean, I can press on it, but see? You could always twist them, but we don't want to twist that. Those are O3 air screws. There's that. Put the tape. So we'll just apply, right? Some more in there. Make my wish come true. For Christmas. Every year they play that song. And this isn't electrical tape. It's like this special electronics tape that you find on your, if you have the FPV drone, get, you know, the Pavo Pico, they actually have it on there. So that's how I know this is safe to use. Or maybe it's not, you know, like maybe, but either way, it's on there. And as you saw, the plastic is not reusable. So to play it safe, we are just doing it, you know, do it and do it. Doing it So I'm going to wrap this one around it to reinforce it. If I can cut it. So what I'll do is, this will just get wrapped around like that. See that? And the tape will bind it together. Voila. And then you don't have to worry. And then I take the other piece right here and do the same thing. Except one slight problem. I believe I might have to undo the other one. Maybe just do it lower, right? Because of the screw, the hole. There's a hole. See that? You don't want to cover the hole, but I have just make sure it goes through. That's all. Find the hole, right? Should be in there somewhere. In this case, it's right there. Right, see how it popped out? But unfortunately, we might have to undo it. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, because it's too thick, you know. See how it's right there? But we can pop it out. See? Just enough so that the stuff goes through. Don't worry about the paste. We'll cut around it. Voila. See that? There. And now, I believe it's good to go. And then just make sure you don't cover up the heat paste, right? All right, now for the next part, trying to put it back together. This is the tricky part. Okay. So there's only one way to put on the O3 air unit, okay? Because it has to plug in on the side that it plugs in. So you can't go wrong with that. See how this part is right here, right? So it's going to plug in right there. So that's the least of your worries. And then it goes on. If you've done any other drones like the Pavo Pico, it can only go in one way, like diagonally, like it's like a triangle, like it fits in. Like let's say this has to go here, right? And then that goes there. And then the wires, right? Well, the wires to the motors will sort of like go into its little spot on the side. Okay? If that makes any sense. So you want to make sure those line up. And then here, same thing. You might have to, you actually might have to take off that tape or trim around it, right? So that everything, or just feel your way around. Feel your way in there so that you know the wires are going where they're supposed to. You know, or maybe you have to take it off. Maybe you gotta, unfortunately. But as long as you can see flight controller, O3 air unit, which is great, and the wires, right, go into their little spot. So you might have to cut, not cut the wires, but cut the the tape, right? So let's say now I'm going to take some of the tape off so that the wires go in their little holder thingies. If that makes any sense. Because there are these little grooves, right? And you can always apply more tape on there. You can always redo the tape, if that makes any sense. Because the wires really do have to go where they need to go. And of course I gotta cut this. So that was useless, that didn't work. It worked, but unfortunately the wires go into these little grooves, which is what you want because you don't want moving parts, right? See, it goes 1, 2, 3. And then of course you got to do the other ones. Bummer. It's a real bummer because they all gotta go in their little grooves. But that's okay, you can use the tape again, right? And reinforce it from the other way. And remember, the tape is covering the board. I just added a little bit more so that it would be around the motors, right? But obviously, less is more, but everything's good. And you want to be gentle, super gentle with it. Nice. So we got 3, 6, we got 6 in. It's a little groovy part. Now I gotta make sure the other ones go into their part. It's a bummer, but that is what it is, you know. It's a bummer. Nice. Now, I would put the O3 air unit in, not put it in, but plug it in last, just to make sure everything is connected. Oops, sorry, you can't see. But it does give you buffer, which is good. You want that buffer. The wires. All right, let's see if this thing goes back on. Nice, so there are grooves that you follow the wires on. There's only one, you can't go wrong with this thing. If that makes any sense. You just have to match them. They match. And of course, you can't have any excess. Sweet, look at that. Fits on like a cheeseburger. I might have to take some off, like from the corner. See in there? Because it won't. It's like, that's an easy fix. Thankfully there are no wires there. So what you do is, just cut it. This part's tricky only because the wiring. So now you see why you can't. You have to wait. To do the O3 air unit last. There we are. Because it's got to go on smoothly. Can't be forced. Sweet. And it's got to be tight too. There we go. These are the, well, of course the longer ones, right? And the little ones go there's that. And I believe the other one goes there. And then the other two go on the other side. But you know, to really know if this works is gonna, the true test will be seeing if it blows up, unfortunately. Alright, so now we got that on. So now, the other tricky part are these wires and cables. Okay, so we know, right? Now we just gotta find the back and the front. I'm gonna clip these. Since that didn't really do justice, but still worked. Okay, so these can only go on one way too, as you know, because it has to go on its proper angle, okay? And as we know, which is great, the motors, you have to decide whether you're going to turn them or not, and if you do, you know, those go in last, but we got to make sure that the board, right, which is right here, remember the rear is the rear, so you can't really mess it up, right? Well, the trick is getting these wires in correctly. But like I said, you have slack, which is great, and as long as they hold, right, you could always use tape, like we can turn it. I'm not sure which way we're going to turn it, but let me cut that. Meaning twist the motors, the wires to the motors, so that, you know, they just sort of like do like that and fit in, let's say maybe one more twist, and then you can always tape them. I'm not worried about that, but you know, the trick is putting them in the, like on this part correctly, but we're not doing that yet. Okay, now the tricky part is this thing here. That's the problem. So now I gotta open this thing up again. I saw somebody do this with gloves on. I'm like, what? How the hell did he do that? That's skill. If you can do this with gloves, I can barely do this with my hands. Don't need the soldering iron anymore. Like, there's a couple of videos online where folks are doing this by hand with gloves. I mean, of course you do it by hand, but with gloves, it's just amazing. Nice. That one went in. Just felt it pop. This one's easier to go in though. Now the other one, it's another story. This one's in. Wow, nice. This one just popped right in. So then I just have to find the sticky side of this, which I don't know. Presumably it's this side. Yep, and that worked there. And then we slide the door closed, and then we find the screw, which is right here. I put them on tape, and then of course you get your screwdriver. Thankfully this one is magnetic, I believe, these screws, except we have the wrong ones, which is a bummer. Means that the other screws go on the other side and these go on the other side. Darn it. Let's see. I mean, they are labeled O3 air unit, right? Nope. Bummer. Alright, that's fine though. It's an easy fix. Sort of. Because why? Sort of. Maybe not. Let's see if it lets us. Might be able to finagle it. Okay. Nice. So the chiquitos, the little ones, go there, which is awesome. And I presume, as long as they're in the hole. See, that part's weird because there are only two here, and that's all I got for those little ones. And of course the big one, right, which goes in the power unit. So I might have to like switch it, right? Like, get shorter screws. I'm gonna leave that one in there and take the long one out over here on this side, which is fine because I got one on the top and one on the bottom. See, it's weird because I don't have those screws. I only took two out. Like if you be kind and rewind, you'll see that only two. I guess that's what they decided to do, right? Which is a little bit weird, but I guess we can just make them tighter and then flip this over and then finish the job. All right. And this has to be centered like that, you know, like that. And then like in a angle, like a diamond. Like, and then this goes in there. So we're gonna pop this in. Alright, if that makes any sense. Does it go in? Does it pop in? Yep, and that goes like that. This goes like this. Sweet. There's like a little groove in there that fits the battery. See, so it looks like that. Flush. And then now, if you're lucky, make sure no wires are crossing, right? Now we can try and put this thing back. Try. Because all the pins, oh nice, have to be matched up. And then use a piece of plastic, right? And then you want to hear it pop. And remember, don't force it. Looks like I need a new one of these though, because I remember when it was not bent. Great. Takes care of that. The hardest part is not over yet. The hardest part is going to be getting the 03 air unit back into the Avata. Alright, so we got the longer screws. And just seal that in, and then the other long screw. Oops. Piece of hair from the goatee, the pop filter on the oh, and then this, ooh, bummer, Yeah, real bummer. Might have to take it apart again, but thankfully the other one comes off. Oh, maybe not. I can slip it right underneath. Nice. Sweet. And then I can pop this back in. See that? Pop the wiring back in. And now, the hardest part. The motors are going to be okay. That part I'm not worried about. That's the other part. The O3 air unit. So I believe there is a screw. No, not there. Whoops. Not there. So there's a screw on the side, right, that it goes into, which is fine. That part I'm not worried about. Now we gotta, oh, I almost forgot. Did I do that already? Oh yeah, I did. I was gonna say, wait, we gotta plug in the O3 air unit. No, yeah, we do actually. Can you imagine that? Oh yeah, make sure your O3 air unit, remember, I almost forgot. If you don't see anything, it's because you forgot to plug it in. Oh nice, this one goes in really easily though. On the, some of the other drones, it's a nightmare. Like, so yeah, this one's flush. This is great. All right, so now remember, this is flush. That's flush. Now what we're gonna do is this is right. That's left. It's fine. Hopefully that we get this right. And then left is left, and right is right. So left is right, right is left. So now the tricky part is getting it in, literally. Squeezing that baby. Oh, not what that is. There's like some sort of wire in there. Oh, that's to the SD card probably. This is like some sort of weird, I don't know what oh, that's the SD card wire. Oh, I see. Yeah. I was like, wait, is that something I forgot? No, it's not. It's just this thing. You'll see. See? It's that. It moves in there. Yeah. See? SD card. The only, yeah, so the only issue is the tape. I've seen videos that the tape went back on. I don't know how they got it back on because, as you saw, it just doesn't stick anymore. I'll save the tape. You know, I might take it apart and put it back in, but it's pointless, literally. Okay, so then these go in through there. See that? And then right is, for me, I'm doing it upside down, so left is right and right is left. But you can't get it wrong, really, because there's only one way to put these in there, to be honest with you. But the trick is not to get anything tangled up. And just, you know, not force it. That's the other thing. You can't force it. All right, so here's the tricky part. See, that's it. Like, how do I get it in? And that's, now I'm back to where I was in the beginning, which is this part right here. Because literally, it's not easy. Like literally not easy. And I just lost, no, I didn't lose anything, but the connection came undone. Oh, that's the antenna. Nice. Okay. That makes sense. For the antenna. And does the other one have one? No. Oh yeah, the other one has one on the other side. Okay, so this is for the antenna. Could always apply tape, right, to the antenna, but you don't want to do that. This part could take 5 minutes alone, literally, because no idea. Because you don't want to ruin it. And you saw in the beginning that it didn't come out. To the point where it's got to be at an angle of attack. But once this baby goes on, and you could accidentally strip a wire. By putting it on, and we don't want that, if that makes any sense. And you'll know there's only one way to put this whole thing in, which is fine, which is great. So that part is good, because you see, look, what we're trying to do is, though, because the back, you have to match it up with the SD card, okay? So if that makes any sense, SD card is right there. So that, these two holes, it's almost like they knew this because of the way it's designed to go back on and the way it doesn't like fit. It's as if they knew, because they have these protective coatings on the wire to prevent it from doing that. Actually, you know what? Let me take this off. I have my 3D glasses on. That could be it too. All right. This is a pain. But I knew this was going to happen. I told you guys in the beginning that it wasn't easy to take out. Like literally, I had to somehow do that one way, and then somehow the other corner, like it should just pop right in, right? Oh, I see what the problem is. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. You really do gotta get one angle in first. And then it will magically go in. Wow, bummer. So first goes in at an angle, and then you have to twist it in. It sucks. So it doesn't go in as straight as you think it does. And then you sort of angle it in the way it's supposed to go. If that makes any sense. But it's tricky because it's really tricky. Oops. And then we got one side in. Now oops, we lost our, oh no, camera, battery died. Okay, we can fix that. Alright, so I'll just continue talking while I plug in my phone. Wow, it's so wild. The phone battery only lasted about 2 hours. That's just fine. That's normal. But it did last longer than the DJI Osmos Action. I'll just bring the webcam on so we can continue, and so you guys aren't missing anything, hopefully. There we go. We got our phone. Now I'm just going to bring the camera up, which is fine. Now we just got to bring up reflector. The phone lasted about 3 hours, right? Something like that. We're still struggling to put the Avata back together. Of course, reflector stopped working. Hold on 1 second. Probably because it was on for long enough. We'll do a big camera. Okay. Stop mirroring. Reflector is not working. Possible that I gotta do a reboot here. Reflector 4. Nice. Maybe we'll just quit it. Okay, let's see, reflector. Don't need this anymore. This was why I wasn't gonna do this live because I knew this would happen, like just the whole crash thing. But the good thing is that we still have the video. You know, we can do this. Quit it. Force quit reflector, and then reboot. Restart reflector again. And then now we should see reflector any minute. Voila. Nice. Okay. Go back to camera. And video. Voila. Okay, now reflector is back up and running. As you know, we are still live, which is great, but getting rid of the big camera. But we're struggling trying to put this thing in. Let me just make this a little bit smaller so we can see. It's not as fluid and straightforward as you think it is putting the unit back in. You know, it's not. It's a pain, literally, to the point where you could be good at soldering, but that doesn't matter. All that goes out the window when trying to put in the O3 air unit, the whole unit itself, because it's not fluid. And everything has to line up, which is good. It'll line up. I think we're almost there. We're almost home. We are almost. Because everything has to line up. If that makes any sense. Nice. Oh yeah, sweet. That's lined up. That's lined up. And now I can get the top frame screws and put those in. We're almost there. The true test will be turning it on, right? And it's working and all that other fun stuff. I would say it requires patience, because just patience. You have to be patient. You can't force any of the parts, right? And you got to be prepared to take 2 steps back and then 2 steps forward if you mess, like if something doesn't go right. And as you saw, or be prepared, like have the tape, because as you saw, the it didn't work, the tape that you're supposed to be able to reuse. Probably, I would say DJI has that tape on hand. Like they probably have it, ready to go. Like they have extra ones. Like, oh, we'll just put another one in. Oh, that's weird, because this isn't going in. Which is alright, you can force it, but force it. frame top, frame bottom, sensors, this goes on the inside, which is correct. Bummer. Could turn out to be wobbly because the other screw that you saw in the beginning, which was kind of stripped, might not go in. Bummer. A little bit of a bummer. But it's not that it can't be done. Not that it can't be done. Where are, oh, on the wall. Sweet. Takes care of that. But unfortunately, right, it just doesn't. Like that one went in, right? Whoops. That's okay, the camera shut off, but the other one is the problem. You know? Like if I can somehow finagle it. Because remember, it can't be loose, you know? And then we got frame bottom. Right? You just can't. But you can put the frame bottom screws in. We got sensor screws. We have, it's just a bag. Don't need that. Sensor, props, sensor inner, sensor outer, frame bottom. Okay, so we'll try putting the frame screws in, which are between 4 and 5, I believe. 4. So these are pretty easy to go in. We'll just pour the bag like it's a bag of cereal. And then these are easy. As long as they go right into the hole. And they're all labeled correctly. So you can't go wrong. Or they can't go in wrong. You know, there's only, you have the frame bottom, frame top, etc. You have the long ones and the short ones. If that makes any sense. And they have thread locker on them. You know. And then you have the short ones and the little ones. Of course, you got to push them in, right? So that everything just works, if that makes any sense. And you could use the key, DJI Avata key. So that everything just works. Just gotta push it in, right? To make sure that everything works. Interesting how the screws are screwy. It's really weird how the screws, oh, there we are. So the long ones at the top, the long ones in the back and the short ones in the front. Almost done. Almost finito. 2 more screws. And then the motors, of course, but that's the least of our worries, to be honest with you. The least of our worries. The motors, after the motors, we'll do the ND filter, right? And then after the ND filter, we'll do the bumper guard. We'll test it out inside, just to make sure that it, everything flows. All right, so we got frame top. See, this is why it was great to put everything labeled, right? Label it. And I messed up a little bit, but I was able to fix it. Now, can you imagine if the screws had been, so we're gonna do the sensors first. All right. Can you imagine if I had put, if I did it wrong, if I just had the screws laid out, which some people do. Some people are good that way. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not them. I'm not that. I think the next hardest part will be editing the video, because I believe we've got 3 hours. 3 hours of video to edit, and that's going to be tricky. Not that it can't be done, it will be done. It's just a real tedious task. Nope. That part. These are tricky. They popped out, so I would not force them in. The trick is getting them in at the angle that they are supposed to be in. If that makes any sense. So maybe up first. Right, let it slide up. And then once it's in, but I remember when it was in at a little bit of an angle. Got it. Okay, so that one's in, right's in. I can always do the, you know, the other part later. So making sure it's snug. You could always make sure it's snug later. That part's going to be tricky on the sensor. Remember, left was right and right is left. Nice, this one went in easier. Notice that? Kind of like that. Wish they all went in that way. Okay. We're almost there. Sweet. Check the other one. The other sensor. Make sure it's snug. You want them all to be snug. Okay. Look at that. Okay. Voila. So, sensor inner. And I believe there's a sensor outer. So we're going to do the sensor outer before we do the sensor inner, if that makes any sense. So here's one. And there's two. Pour this out like a box of cereal. Make sure all screws are there. See, look at that. 4 fell out. And even if you have carpets or anything, just, you know, you can do it that way. Just make sure they don't fall onto the carpets. Alright, so this is left, which would be left. See, I have them labeled, which means that that will go here. Like a little something in there. And then maybe I'll do the right one first. I do remember that it was at an angle, which is a bummer. Which means that these aren't going to go straight in, which is a bummer. And where's the other one? So now we got another problem. Not really a problem, but we have to put these sensors in at an angle so that the top goes back in. And I remember, if I remember correctly, they were at an angle, which is a bummer. So you got to pop them back out. Not really, or if you can, right? If you can. Only if. Okay. Remember, don't force it. Never force it. Okay, so we have to find. Oh, I see the angle. Okay, so it goes in like that at a little bit of an angle. Yeah, I see. So that you can get the top part in. See that? They don't really fit the way you think they fit. And then this one is left, so I take the left one and then put the top in so it's like squeezes in, and then you pop that in like that. And then of course you make sure, you gotta make sure the wire's in, so I may have to pull it back out again, or just you know, or just oh wow, interesting how that goes in. Make my dreams come true, all I want for Christmas is you. Make sure I don't want anything exposed. So there's a little wire, not wire, but a little tape, sorry. Yeah, last thing we want is wires, but no, there's no wire. But it is tricky. I can pull this out again, which isn't the problem, and put the tape over, right? There's some like weird tape in there, but the tape's not the problem. The problem is the wire. Somehow you gotta fit it so that it goes in there, and there, and there, right? All these little weird angles, and then there, and then of course these go in there. That's in the right spot. The problem is the angle that this thing is in has to go, got it, in there, right? So it's really snug. And then you pray, oh wow, interesting, that this will fit in there, and then you squeeze everything in, sort of, right? So that it works and fits, so voila. Yep, so that now that that's there, I take all 4 screws, or 3, there's 3 and 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so that goes there. Oops, don't drop it. Sensor outer. Interesting. Oh, so sensor outer gets these screws, and sensor inner has the other 2 screws. Okay, so that's that. So you got 4 altogether. So sensor outer and sensor inner, and we are almost finito. If you mess it up and strip the screws or something, you could always buy an Avata frame. The new frame comes with everything. You would just have to do that. Alright, so now we got the other sensor. So I thought the sensors go in straight, but they actually go in at an angle, slanted. If that makes any sense, because you have to be able to put in the cover, unfortunately. Ideally, in a perfect weld, you know, it would make sense. Like, oh, just put it that way. But nope. It goes slanted to the side. And then, of course, there's like some tape. And then you take your other sensor and you pop it in from the top, right? Remember, it snaps in. And then make sure your wires, right? This is the other tricky part. Your wires are snug, so you might have to pop the sensor out again, but that's okay. Loose sensor means that it's going in correctly. Okay, so and then now you gotta make sure that these, see, these wires go in there. And then check the other side too. Oh, I don't see anything. Nope. Make my And these wires are pretty pretty sturdy. Like they're better wires than the motor, the wires that are on the motors. Like they can really be manhandled without you worrying about stripping them. Whereas the motor wires, you gotta be really careful. But the original stock motors, the wiring is just phenomenal. They really use the best parts. If that makes any sense. Like literally to the point where you can't mess it up. Whereas with here, a little bit tricky because you can't. This one's there, that one. You want to make sure that it's not popping. Because if it is, then you gotta take it out again, right? Which is fine. It should come out easily. And then make sure that the wires are just in. Oops. Okay, now that should work. Got it. Sort of. This one's a pain. Because I gotta pop it out again. DJI, you killing me. It's just gotta flow. You have to pop it out. See these little tabs? They allow you to pull it out. But I'm trying to get it at an angle of approach. This has to go in at an angle. Can't go in straight. Then you use the excess and push it in. See that? That's got to be like that. So aside from not having any moving parts, you don't want to have any exposed parts. If that makes any sense. See that? That's got to be like the other one, flush, without the other screw. But this one's not going, and it's the right one. Left is right, right is left. All right, but it's just not. Could be the wire underneath. Yeah. Could be, I see. The wire underneath is not going into its holes, into its seating. See that? Now that's in. But then you have over here, it's like a little groove in there. The wire is supposed to go in. Is there a groove there? Nope. Just a little groove in there, which is doable. Everything has to go into a groove. Alright, so that should fit now. Hopefully. You know, because you don't get a lot of takes, you know. I think from popping this thing in and out, in and out. Nice. Alright. Yep. Do one. takes care of that. And then we have an outer sensor, but the outer sensor is going to be a little bit tricky. Not tricky, but we got to connect it. If that makes any sense. Whoops. Nice. Now make sure all the bolts are tight. Tighter. Not so tight, but just, you know, we don't want them vibrating and coming off. They have thread locker on them. So, alright, so now outer sensor. How many bags left? One more bag left. Alright, the trickiest bag of all. Actually, yeah. It is tricky. Make sure that's flush. Yep, that'll be flush. Now we're just going to pull this Avata to the side. Actually, I'm going to put it on my lap. I'm going to take out the sensor. Put it like that. And there should be 2 screws that fall out with it. That's it. One more bag. One more baggie. What I'll do is I'll go live again once it's put back together. So this only goes on one way. There's only one way it can go on. Just like that. But I wonder if, oh nice, you can do it by hand. You can pick it up and then gently press it so it pops in. Sweet. It's really gentle, but you wanna, yep, it's in. Sweet. And now you tuck in that little lip thing underneath, and then you find your screws and you screw them on, which are here. Remember, you can't mess up the screws because we bag them. So you can't mess it up. Tighten it. Tighten the other one. Just push down. What you want to do is you want to push down on the sensor, right? So that you see how it's moving now. Kind of neat, huh? And that's how you know how tight it has to be, because you could pushing down on it. And then try the other one. Push down on it. No, that one's good. All right. It's not loose, which is great, you know, like any of the other drones. So now the other part's going to be tricky, which are the motors, but I believe we can turn them, you know, like we can twist them a little bit, and as long as they go into their holes, we're good. All right, so now let's say maybe one turn. Yeah, one turn. That's not bad. One turn. No, maybe 2 turns. Let's see, 2 turns. Yeah. 2 turns does the trick, and then you gotta get it into its hole. Nice. Except the only issue I see is getting it aligned. Which is easy. You can do one motor. I gotta get the box though. I mean, you can do one hole, right? And then another hole. One hole at a time. Okay, so we got 3. Hopefully they work, right? Hopefully the yeah, they should work. Just gotta line them up. Sweet. These are tricky to put in because it has to be lined up like a triangle. Once it's in, it's in. But you want to make sure it's seated in like a chocolate in a mold when it's melted, except it's not melted, it's like goes into its little spot. You know, at first you think like, wait, it doesn't fit, but no, it fits. Look at that. Sweet. It's just tricky. Well, maybe what you could do is, right, is like put this in like that and then push it in. Make sure, well, not push it in. Twist it again, maybe. Nah, I think that's more than enough. Okay. See, I could get one screw in. Oh man, bummer. I almost got one screw in, but I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready yet. Which means I gotta pour this out. And get the sprues ready. Bummer. But at least with this tool, this one compared to the screwdriver, even though it's not magnetic, it will fit in. Like it just holds it in a way. That's awesome. See, I got one in. Then I got a bunch of the other hole. If it don't fit, don't force it. See this part right here? You want to push that in. You want to make sure that nothing is exposed because you don't want your props nicking the wires. But all this is fixable. You can just use the black tape, you know, but you don't want to nick your wires in any way. Alright, so now I'm going to open up another box to the other two motors. This is the Avata upgrade, the Avata Motor Upgrade. We are changing the motors, and hopefully, we pray, when we turn it on, it doesn't blow up like it did with one of our other units. But you live and learn, because otherwise it's almost 150 bucks, expensive fix, because that's how much the new flight controller unit costs. So don't blow it out. Okay, one more motor. Oh nice, this one fits in really well. I like that. Alright, so we got a few more left to go. It's tricky seating it. It's not as straightforward as you think, and I think the easiest way to do it is to do like that. Get one in, get a one in, and then you can get another one in. If you get one hole in, this little bolt thingy, which is awesome. Looks like I'm back to the beginning again. Oh. Got it. Sweet. Okay. Got one more left to go. Ay, ay, ay. Doesn't matter what you say, as long as you are there. Da 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 da. That Mariah Carey Christmas song. That's weird. Sure they'll show up. Interesting. Bummer, because I only have one screw, and look, which means that the kit is not incomplete, but should be in another bag. All these baggies. There we are. All right, so I should got yep, we got 3 left. One here. That's weird. Except this one. Oh, I see what's wrong here. Bummer. All right. We'll do that one next. We'll have to undo one because one's not ready. But I'll redo that one last. Just not going in. Oh, nice. This one. You heard that? That one. This one just went right in. I wish they all did that. Looks like it went pop. That's one. And of course, one more has to be undone. And the last one. Sort of last. The other one has to pop in. Okay, so the one that's not even, which is this one. Sweet. Whew. Ay, ay, ay. My back. We're almost done. Almost, but not quite. We still got a few more pieces to put back on. But this was amazing. Amazing. Challenging. Would I do it again? I don't know. If you paid me to do it, maybe. But it's labor intensive. And I still got to put the propellers on. And I still got to put the other things on too. Which is okay. The other remaining parts are a breeze. It's not, as challenging as you would think it to be. But the other thing is just finding the other missing parts too that need to be put back on, like this thing here. I have the screws to it, but I don't recall where I put it. And that's the whole purpose of this upgrade, right? So that we can see how it flies and rides with the propeller, with the motor actually upgrade, right? That's the whole purpose of this video. Now I need to find the part that goes right here, the tripod thingy. It's somewhere, but nowhere to be found. It'll show up. Just gonna switch cameras a little bit. Go to big screen, if it lets me. Main camera big. Oh, interesting. Give me a second. What's action 4? Oh, no wonder why. Webcam. Great, there we are. We are back. Wow. Yeah, that was probably the longest thing I've ever done when it comes to the builds on top of builds. But we're still not done because we want to get the O3, the Osmos Action, right, thingy that goes on there. If I can find it. It's around here somewhere. As we move stuff around, it will show up. As for where it is, I don't know. But it's got to be part of the process / experience. So that just cleaning up, you know. But I don't see it. It's somewhere, but nowhere to be found. It'll show up. Just gotta put all these baggies on the side. And then they're reusable. The baggies are totally reusable. Don't throw them out. They could be used for other projects. It could be used for anything and everything. But now, what we gotta do is find it. Interesting. It's gone. I know it's around somewhere. It'll show up because we took it off in the beginning. Well, this is tight, which is great. So now we just got to put the motors back on. I believe the original prop should work, but without that piece, without the piece. What good is the video if we don't have all our parts? It's so weird. Literally weird. Not here. Oh, it's right in front of me. Blended right in. It just blended right in. Okay, hello, Alden. We are putting the Avata back together. We did the motor upgrade. Hopefully the props go back on. Hopefully, right? Okay. Oh man. God. Oh no, I see. It's like, wait. Interesting though. Oh, I need the can't see. Okay, so you could use the same. This one is rear back, right back. I know that sound. That sound means we lost something. Okay. So you could use the same propellers and most likely the same screws, but you gotta make sure they go in properly. You don't mess it up. I wonder if these are the screws that go into the propellers, the motors. Nice, they work. The screws that came with the motors work. You could use your Avata propellers. Oops, don't lose the screws. If you drop them, that's why I'm working on this thing. But if you have carpets, that's going to be a pain if you drop them onto the carpet. So make sure when you're doing this project, you're doing it on a surface that is, you know, colorful and you can find them after they fall. Great. So now we got that. Now we're going to do the front. And then make sure everything lines up. Remember, you could reuse the props, which is great. And I have everything labeled. If that makes any sense. Great. Oh, but you guys can't see. Sorry, guys. But I'm going to edit this anyway. There will be, this is like what, 3 hours? It's a lot of video editing, but take a couple days. You know, after this I'm going to eat something. Alexa, what time is it?
Good evening, Samara. The time is 7:52 p.m.
Wow. This took almost a good many hours. Alexa, what time does Whole Foods close?
Whole Foods Market on Godwin Avenue in Ridgewood is currently closed, but will be open tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Bummer. Alright, so much for returning the helping hands. But that's okay. It'll be open tomorrow. I can rest tonight. Watch a movie. Fly the Avata. Alexa, what time is it again?
It's 7:52 p.m.
Nah, I don't think I'll be able to fly this. Bummer. But we'll be able to test it inside. And we'll set it up and fly it in the morning. We'll do a live stream from the Avata. Nice. It doesn't matter what you say, as long as you are. This is great. If this motor upgrade works, right? Can you imagine just keeping it in normal mode, right? Normal mode. Hey Alden, nice to have you here. This is the DJI Avata Motor Upgrade. But everything looks good, but the true test will be if this thing blows up and or flies. If you've seen our previous flight with nothing got bridged, which is great, so it won't blow up. The only thing I didn't do, which was check the solder joints with a multimeter, but we should be okay. We should be all right. Almost there. One more. Oh no, we're not almost there. Actually, almost. Close, but not enough. Actually, you know what? Yeah, maybe. Got these little thingies. Okay. We can take the tape off now. That everything is golden. Almost. We still have a lot of tape to take off. Right. Ah, oh no. iPhone storage is full. You do not have, not now. Let me think what I can get rid of. Give me a moment, please. Bummer. Okay. One moment, please, and I'll be back shortly. Let's see. I'm going to plug out the phone since it's partially charged, and then I'm going to stop screen recording, go into my photos. So now I got to bring back the camera, YouTube chat, big camera. All right, so now I got to figure out what goes out into the trash. For sure, nothing related to this experience. Excuse me. I'm going to go to videos, my library, all photos, albums, and go to videos, and then just start deleting stuff. Don't need that. Whoops. Don't need that, don't need that. Oh, I need that. So you guys can't see what I'm getting rid of, but oh wow, 57 minutes. Yeah, definitely. It's an older Avata video. Okay. That should do the trick. That should buy us the space that we need. Hopefully. Anything I've already done. No need for it. Because that means we got it. I think now I should have the space we need to continue. And then once I remove these and put them on a drive, we should be golden too. Okay. Try Face ID. Oh. Face ID is not going to work with the light shining in it. Select. Oh wow, 44 photos. Okay. Now cancel. Recently delete from phone. Too bad I can't do a select all. It's so weird. Like an empty trash. Oh, not recover all, delete all. There we go. Nice. Now we got the space we need. We're back in business. Go to camera, video, record, and now we're back. And I don't think we got more after this. I mean, if we do, you'll see. There we are. There. All right. So now we're just removing the tapes. We're going to secure it. Hopefully this thing will get off the ground, right? I'd like to play music, but I can't, you know, like, unless it's like some indie channel, which would be cool. Where do we find indie music, you know? Might have to do that one again, because there's some tape in there. Where are the tweezers? There. And then we got some here. Some tape and another more tape here. Just removing all the excess tape. See that? Now, these, as you've seen before, doesn't matter which way they go on. Just make sure there's no leftover tape on them. These little bumper guards that help protect it. So when you crash, in this case, we don't know what's going to happen. So we just want to protect the Avata. See, we'll just go right in, and then this one goes. You just sort of bring it in there. It goes into the triangle thingy. See? Voila. And then this one wraps around. Voila. And then you do the same thing with the other one. Except they go in upside down. That's okay. All I said was upside down in the Osmo section 4. Welcome back to Everything That Glitches. I'm actually thinking of calling the channel that because everything does glitch. But fingers crossed, right, that this, oh, it's upside down, that this doesn't glitch out on us. And it just works. We'll know when we put the battery in. We may have to resync the O3 air unit. I believe we might have to anyway, because I think the goggles were connected to my Avata recently. See, and then this goes in like that. And then you take that and do that. But one more thing we gotta put on too. Because if we crash it, we want this baby to be secure. This thing here. The gimbal protector comes with a screwdriver kit. I don't recommend it. It's fair. It's a fair kit, a screwdriver kit. But if it worked, great. If not, don't worry about it. I tend to keep. So everything will be hot rod red, since this thing would be a speed demon, right? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. See, this goes in there like that, but it goes on the other side where the screws go. So we'll take one off. You could use your Avata screwdriver, the one that universal. I might need a new one since this one is a little. See, it just comes right out. Keep the screws in. Keep the screws because you never know, you might need them again. And this is the tricky part here, I believe. Where's the other Avata? It goes on the inner one, so it goes on here. See right there? And then you pop this in, and you take the screw. I have a gimbal protector too, but I'm not going to do the gimbal protector in this video because I want to test it inside. Oh, and of course we got to use the screws that came with it because it's a little bit longer, right? It's a longer, so which means we need a longer screw. And the screws that it comes with is not a hex screw, so it's not going to be a as straightforward as you think. It comes with a mini screwdriver though, which is fine. So then you put your little Avata thingy over there, and you take the screwdriver and you screw it in with that. Can't strip it, don't strip it, just do it so it's tight like that. See that? So it's in there. Then you do the other side. Remember, we're going to keep these screws, okay? Because, you know, maybe you want to put it back. Maybe you don't like the gimbal protector thingy because it photo bombs your video. But you have to put it at the right angle. When you're going fast, there's no photo bombing. When you're going like a little bit slower, you'll get some photo bomb action. But that's okay, you know. The Avata was meant to be flown a little bit faster. So you see? Now I take the screwdriver. Just push that in. Push it, like hold it in, right? And do the same thing with the other side. Push it just to make sure that, you know, you turned it right. Look at that. Now, as excited as you are, this is what you got to do next. Take all the screws and put them back. These are we only have 3 screws left over, but they're going back into this box right here. Okay? Because worst case scenario, the gimbal guard has to come off. All the parts are where they need to be. And then of course we've got a gimbal protector, right? But we don't need it because we're going to fly inside to make sure it works. And then if it does work, you know, we'll put the gimbal protector on. All right, so yeah, let's check it out. Wow, fingers crossed. Ooh, check the parts, make sure they're not moving. Spin your motors, make sure nothing's touching. Make sure nothing's touching. They spin. Make sure your wires, you know, are where they need to be. Some might need tape, some may not. But we are golden. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to test it out in here though. Hold on 1 second. Big camera. Oh, of course the Osmos action shut off. Hopefully, there we are. All right, let's give it a shot. All right, so moment of truth. Will the DJI Avata Motor Upgrade work? We don't know. Oh, wrong goggles. Anyway. But these are the goggles here. Drum roll. Please. What should I do next? All right. The SD card is somewhere here. Oh, we definitely want the SD card to go back in. Hopefully, right? Imagine it doesn't fit. No, it'll fit. We have to take it out because it just wouldn't. Here's the tricky part. I need. This part is a pain. Where are my glasses? Oh, there they go. No. Sweet. SD card slot is right there. Hopefully. Yep, it went in. Oh, you can't see, but anyway, it went in. I just gotta. Yep, now I can close it. Remember, always close the door. Remember Ricardo, when you've left the door open? Ricardo left his door open and he lost the propeller. Well, luckily I was there, so I gave him one of mine. I have like six of them. So not lost. I don't know like how people lose these propellers anymore. Wow, interesting. What's in there? Okay. Battery's on. Whoops, I forgot one thing, but let's just see if it starts. I like that sound. Okay. this off. Okay, lights flashing. Says says connecting to O3 air unit, and we want to change the status to switch. Connect to Avata. Okay. May not work. Might have to be resunk or something. Ah. Connected successfully. Sweet. Haha. Now I just have to resync this because this was actually sunk to the other drone. And then I'm so excited I forgot how to do this. Wait for it. Yes. All right. No errors, which is great. Now the moment, because remember, a lot of times when you do these upgrades, you won't see if anything's wrong until like the power goes into the motors, and you'll either go boom, pop, or zoom. Which one is it going to go? Right. So have a fire extinguisher handy. Smoke detectors there. It's okay if they go off. Here's the fire extinguisher. Because everything's unpredictable with these things because we're not using stock parts. But here it goes. 3, 2, 1. Hold on, I'm just a little nervous. Whew. That's like, I'm not worried about the, like, if it, you know, I tried, it blows up. I'm just worried about the blow up part, like, because, you know, shit that happens in between there. Okay. But we tried. We did it, right? Oh shit. We did it. Take off with caution, no GPS, but it sounds so smooth and silky. Yeah, I guess we got it. Hold it down. Wow. Huh. It works. Sweet. Oh, well, I mean, I had to catch it, but let's try that again. Because it was like, you know, everything was, it really is meant to be flown outside. Aircraft rolled over, which is fine. Sweet. Not used, you know, to flying it inside, but it works. It's so smooth though, and a little bit quieter. Let me see how light it is outside though. We might be able to test it outside. Damn. Nope, it's too dark, but we did it. It's possible, as you saw. Challenging, not easy, and you know, all I say is it requires patience and time. You know, thankfully the family went away because it was hard to do it with the kids around. Yeah, it's definitely nerve-wracking. It was not easy. I mean, the not easy part was taking it apart, right? Like in that sense, it was so hard to get it back in there that it's challenging. It's just not But once it's back in, once you know it's back in, it's good. And you know, you just can't confuse the screwy part. But we're almost done. We're not done. We still got a few more parts to put back on, right? Here, and the reason why we did the motor upgrade was so that we can put this thing on. Hold on. We'll get rid of big camera. And now this was the main purpose of the video, right? Except I don't know. Oh yeah, it goes like that. So we twist that like that, and then we take these screws. Except I don't know where. I hope I know where they are. Might have. Well, this isn't coming off anyway, so this is going to be specifically for I'm just thinking like where the screws are to the original Avata part. They're somewhere. I didn't throw them out. So now we can test it out, right? With its original, why it was done in the first place. So that the Osmos Action 4 could go on the camera. But it's too dark outside, so we won't be able to test it out until tomorrow. But it could handle it because the motors are bigger and they're designed for the load. This is great. And the good thing is that once you have the Osmos Action interesting. This one's not as fluid, which is all right. It's fixable. It's doable, but it's just you have to make sure it's straight, not sideways. Great. Look at that. And if you're not sure, use the longer key if it does work. Make it tighter. Nothing wrong with making it tighter. Oh wow. Yeah, there is nothing wrong with making. Okay, so we got that on, this on, and that it's heavier now with all that shit on there. So now we can put this on. This is the magnetic clip. So when you put the Action 3 camera on, it just clips right on. It goes clip like that. Like it's really nice. It's a magnetic clip. That's what I liked about this, because the GoPro I don't think has that. If it does, let me know. But then you tighten this. Then I saw a funny video on Jersey Droners that the new guy always puts his camera in the front angle. And if you remember my first video, that's what I did wrong. There's a video that shows you like novice pilot, beginner pilot, more advanced pilot. And then I was like, oh my God, that's me. That's exactly what I did. The only thing I would do is spin this around, kind of like the logos the other way. And that's my registration with the FAA. Registered my drones. This is great. This is awesome. You could do it. Even if I messed up, I probably would have got, like if I blew it out and shorter, because the wires, I will share with you that the wires to the upgrade motors are really delicate. Like watch, you could just break it, right, or strip it even. So by like that. See, I just stripped the whole thing. Oh, you can't see, but where is the camera? It's gonna catch up. See, I just stripped it. See that? They can be stripped easily. So you got to watch out when putting it back together that you don't accidentally strip the wires, because the stock motors that come with the Avata, there's no way, I don't know what the hell that is, but it's like this hard plastic. It's strong. You don't have to worry. I think what I might do is take the propellers back off, right, and then just reinforce things here in case I ever crash. But I've never crashed. Well, no, I did crash this once when I just one time. But look, it works. Just make sure nothing's exposed. Nothing's exposed, like when it turns, But nothing's got nothing. This is just awesome. All right, so there go the stock motors. They're there. What else you know what? Now that we know it works, let's put on the ND filter, right? because it is no need not to. I can put that here. You might strip the screwdriver not because of your screwing method, but because the bolt that is glued with the warranty seal, it just doesn't fit, and then you wind up stripping it a little bit. But if you can somehow salvage it, you will be all right. So now we have here the ND filter. Whoops, I think I touched it. It's hard to say, but gotta find my glasses now so I can put this on. My other ones, the goggles, because I'm sure there's more than one. I want to make sure that there are no fingerprints on here. I believe I accidentally touched it. Nope, that's fair. All right, good. So now it's just a regular UV filter, nothing special. But what's special about it is that if you crash your Avata, right, and you have a UV filter on it, you don't have to worry about ruining the O3 air unit, because as you know, if you do that, you're pretty much gonna be watching this video again on how to take it apart. And even though I have the other upgrade kit, I'm not crazy about it. I don't like it. It looks ugly. I'm not. But this one I love. This one's really nice. And so the other kit isn't for everyone, because it reminds me of the Gimbal Cinelog 35. And as you know, I don't like it. It's just not. It just looks weird, It doesn't. Except the UV filter fits a little bit. Oh, it has to snap in though. If you don't hear it pop, then. And don't be shy. You could see like that. You can touch it, because as long as you use. Actually, as long as you use, oh, that's weird. Oh yeah, the cloth that comes with it, right? We snapped it back in place. If you use the cloth that came with it, you'll be fine. And you just wipe it. And now it's super protected from a crash, because maybe one day, maybe you want to use this drone. I don't know about that. I was gonna say to fly in manual mode, but given that the motors are so powerful, you need more time in the flight simulator. Now that's it. Sweet. Hoi, yo, 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 yo. All right, did it. Wow, did a lot of upgrade. I never thought I'd be able to do it. It's challenging. It wasn't but you saw it's possible. You just gotta have patience. The only trouble I had was not the soldering part, but was also the putting it back together. I got nervous and put the screws in the wrong hole. And the other part that got me nervous was putting the O3 and the flight control unit back in. That part was a little nerve-wracking. What else was hard? There were a couple of moments. The soldering. The soldering part's easy. If you've done one flight controller, you've done them all. But what I liked about the flight controller was that they gave you a lot of space, between the soldering joints. There's no way in hell you could bridge a connection, which was nice. I was like, oh wow, this is how all flight controllers should be. Because if you've ever worked with other flight controllers, the space between us is freaking. It's so tight that you need a multimeter. If you bridge the connections on this, you need to work on your soldering skills, which is fine because I have videos for that. And those videos were designed to help you to get ready for this moment and other moments too, like the other moment we had when we built the, what do they call it? built the Pablo Pico, right? And we'll be building other drones from scratch. I have pieces somewhere in the base, and you know, somewhere they're upstairs. Other drone builds. And that's it. You know, like, hopefully this video will help you. And you know, you did it. I don't know how long it took because it's in the feed, but I will definitely take this video down, right, and make it shorter so that you guys can have, you know, a nice experience too. Anyway, I hope this video helped you and gave you a better understanding on how to do the DJI Avata Axis Motor Upgrade. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them down below, or ideas for other videos. Remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you all next time. That's it. The video's over. If you want to stay, you can stay, but I have to clean up this mess. The bat, oh wow, that's weird. Oh, I was like, wait, what is these screws to? It's like a whole bag of screws. Oh, they're to the propellers. I was like, oh my god. Wait, I guess I shouldn't fly this thing yet. No, it's good. We're good. But I will keep, you know, one in one box, one in another box. Because who knows, someone might say, hey, anybody have motors? Or the screws? Given that I believe these screws go to this kit, right? So I have to make sure that, at least I think, I'm not sure, I'll have to double check and see that these screws, the Avata screws, fit in here. I'll leave this for later in case I need to wipe something. Leave that here. I wonder if that is the case. I'll find out in a second. They are a little longer. You know, I guess time will tell, and hopefully I'll never know, right? Because the last thing I want is to buy new motors because it's just not working. So I'll put these in the Avata box. Look at that. Remember, the video's over. We did it. DJI Motor Upgrade. I will just have to run down, I'll have to check all the connections, make sure that yeah, I got a garbage can. I have these lights on the back, but they kind of make me dizzy. I don't know how those guys do it. The little ones don't, but these do. I'll show you in case you're still watching. So I had to unplug it because I was getting nauseous, like just from these lights. Just so weird. They look nice though. I can leave them on for a little bit once I start getting dizzy. Gotta shut them off. Kind of weird. I don't know how. I guess because there's like lights here reflecting, lights there reflecting. It's like, but it is pretty. That's why I made them, but not working out. But I'll just leave them on in the meantime. That's weird. Oh, it's me watching me. Don't need that. This goes into my Avata bag. So, like, if you ever fly your Avata and you crash and you need propellers, you gotta keep the tools in there. I got a toothpick in there too, in case I ever need to reset or bind the O3 air unit. So you see a little baggie. Remember, the video is over, but if you want to stay and watch, please do. It's probably gonna take a week to downsize this video so that it's you know, just right for you, so that those that don't want to sit and watch for 3 hours, I don't know how long it's been, but you know, you'll have the shorter version. Maybe I'm thinking, I don't know, 30 minutes, right? Tops to downsize this video so that all the parts are covered, you know, so that folks don't miss out on anything. I don't know, I'll figure it out. But just having it be just the right length so that, you know, folks can follow along. See, I'm not sure what this is to. Oh, I know what this is to. This goes to, you ever like find parts laying around and you're like, what is that to? I have no idea. I believe it's to this, the tweezers. Which is why I kind of like to clean up after I'm done with everything, because it's hard to leave. It's hard not to, but sometimes you just got to, so that the next time I come, I can do something different and not worry about cleaning up, or not worrying about like, oh, what's that to? Like the bag of screws. I was like, oh my God, what is that? And then it turned out that sometimes I use painter's tape to clean up the remnants, just so that everything, like, I don't have time to pick up every little piece of nook and cranny. Then I just throw that part out and then fold it, and then you just do it again. Can't wait to see how it flies outside though, with the camera on it, because that's why we did it. But first I'll do one flight with the camera off. Let's just see how it flows and flies and maneuvers, and then we'll put the load on, right? And see how the baby flies, which will be really cool. And I also have to, I promised Shotty bypass that I would tell him what charger to get, or how many watts it is, right? Because in his case, you can't get the charger, but I'm pretty sure there's an equivalent out there. And knockoffs are fine as long as they work and don't burn down your house, you know? Like there's no recall on it. And see if other guys have it. Maybe see what other guys in your country have that same charger. Great, it takes care of that. What else is there? The tools, soldering tip. Remember, I always tip my my tips before. So this is great. Wow, amazing. I could put more tape around it, you know, like just to reinforce it, but that would just mean taking off the propellers. This part goes in here. The Allen keys, so I can find them. So I can find Allen when I need them. Whoops. Then we have our screwdriver set. Yeah, so that's the only thing I don't get. I've seen other videos where the guys put the tape on, but as you saw, it's not holding and it's not secure. So even if they're doing it for the sake of the video, it makes no sense, because it doesn't stick back on. So you need to have, you know, tape, the black tape. I'll leave a link to that in the description so that it's, you know, it's secure. Of course, it took some time to get the taping situation right, but got it. And at least it's on, it's covered, and it's not coming off, you know. Whereas with these, look at that, it doesn't stick anymore. So it just went on, has a full sense of safety, and so I covered it, so nothing is, you know, it's not coming off, and things are secure, and nothing's exposed, nothing's gonna bridge, which is great, you know. got a little card thing here that says thank you for purchasing this product, which is the Firefly drone. I'm not sure what this is too. I'll have to look at that later. I mean, I'm gonna throw it out, but I just don't know what it's for. Just cleaning up the pen. Of course, I need to solder my tip. Tin my tip. Right. Just making sure everything. My book of notes. Handy ruler. It's for my kids though. But I like it because it's small, and look, and it fits right there. I'll have to buy them another one. Sometimes they take my stuff and I take their stuff. They see something, and like, oh wow, this is really cool. Can I see it? And the next thing they're like, can I have it? I'm like, yeah, keep it. And then same thing happened with here. This is really cool. Can I keep it? As you know, I like small things. I don't like big things. I don't like big drones. That's why I like the little ones, the little bitty ones. So this, I need to keep it, but still got to tip the tips. How much battery is left in here though? 56. That's not bad. Still chargeable. And I didn't really use it a lot. I used it a little bit, but it was probably left on and pulling power because I found that for this job I needed the hotter soldering iron. Even though this one worked, I don't know, I just felt more comfortable. Afix, hello, Lewis. Said, forget the holidays, I'm streaming. Yeah, I did. I was like, forget the holidays, I'm streaming. No, what happened was everyone went away. Like I did my share. I did my due diligence. I hung out. I saw everyone. I spent time. I did the dinners. I did the presents. I did the whatever. And then finally, I was like this at the table. I was like, I just felt sad. I was like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I just can't stop thinking about my drone. Everybody has that, right? Like you're at home, you're at dinner with your family or your mom or whatever. And then like, whether it's a video game or something, you're like, I just can't wait to get to the next level. So, you do your time so you can do the crime. But yeah, I was like, okay, this is it. I can do it now. And then finally, no one was here because I had to wait for no one to be here, Afix, because they're loud, which is fine. They, they require attention, and I couldn't get away. And this, I don't know how, I won't be able to tell until this stream is over, but I don't even know how. I think this took like 3 or 4 hours just to do the DJI Avata Motor Upgrade. And since you just got here, just so you know, it works. The DJI Motor Upgrade. I just have to put some tape around the wires that are on the frame, but it's totally, it's easy to do. But it's not it's not impeding on anything, believe it or not. I think it's more cosmetic when you do that. But because as you know, I always fly the Avata with the motion controller, so I'm never gonna crash. But I might, now that I have this motor upgrade, I might use this Avata, right, for learning to fly in manual mode. But hopefully DJI throws in an update where and this is the other Avata. So this one is stock. This one still has warranty, service, and whatever. The other one, once you do what I just did, you're done. There's no more. Let's check the battery. Nice, battery's still good. It's heavier. Basically you just. But remember, I got this one online. You from the Bronx or whatever they say? Forget about it. Actually, from Brooklyn. Similar mindset, but the Bronx is a little more tougher. Really. But no, it's changed now. I think now the Bronx. Everybody speaks French. It's become gentrified. It's not like it used to be where, everybody had to hold their own. Now it's like coffee, my friend, would you like a croissant? Like literally, because I remember I worked up there a couple of times to help this guy with his advertising company. He was building a new website, and he was from France. I might have it on my computer. Really cool website. But he's French, and he lives in the Bronx. The Bronx. Let me see if I still have it on here. That was weird. Things that go bump in the night. Let's see. I think it was called DSX. Da-da-da. No, I don't have it on here. I probably do, but I'll show it to you. Anyway, it's a really cool website though, because it was like ahead of its time. It was like parallax scrolling before it came out. But the problem was he designed it, and I had to turn that into HTML. But hold on, maybe it's in here. Dropbox. Oops. No, it's somewhere on here. Might have taken it off. Unless it's on MAMP Pro. If you've used MAMP, like you have a server on your computer using MAMP, but I may have deleted it. It might be on the other computer, to be honest with you. But where is MAMP? Oh, there's MAMP. Hopefully the serial number works, otherwise I'll have to transfer it over. Oh, there we go. DSX 2.0. Let's see if this will work. Hopefully. I don't know if it'll launch. No, it's not going to launch. I forgot the DNS server, documents and routes and things like that. The general, I don't think the subfolder's on here. Oh, there we go. Recent hosts, hopefully. Then I have to start the server. It's been a while since I've done this. Hopefully it works though, because the server's actually on another computer. And then if we go here, no, it's not going to work. Maybe open. It says this file and folder containing it were created as a placeholder because MAMP Pro could not find the original document root of this host. Maybe you accidentally moved it to another location using the finder. Yeah, it's probably on another computer. Anyway, bummer. But yeah, good seeing you. Happy holidays. Yeah, I was like, fuck it, I'm staying home. Now I'm going to charge this battery. We're going to let it cool down a little bit. But in the meantime, I will, what do you call it? Tin my tips, right? So that they're ready to go for next time. Bummer. Hopefully I can. I know this one I can, but I just put everything away on the other one. Forget about it. Don't worry about it. Let me just put that in there. The little thing. Oh, there's another one. You never know. Who knows, right? You never know. But it's reinforced. We know that. Let's see, make sure we're still. La 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 la. Just gonna move my chats over here so we can see. And now I gotta get my tips ready. Yes, happy holidays, A-Fix. I still have some email. I have to. Let's see. Now we got here. I don't know what that is. It's a little weird looking. So I'm just going to tin my tip. Wow, this is pretty. Looks really nice. See? Tip is clean. shiny and ready to go. Is it shiny? Yeah, it's shiny. So when I need it, there's some remnants. I think it's time to change the sponge thingy. So that one will go off. Now that's ready to go. Now this one, the pencil. Maybe this one will work. I can't remember if I used this one the last time. Oh, nice! It is working. Okay, I didn't know this one worked. Let it heat up. A little slower, but doable. But yeah, I will sign off in a bit because I have to go to. I was gonna say go to the store. Everything's closed. Yeah, this one works, but it's slower. It's not as fast as the extended battery, but that's okay. Just tinning the tips. Really slow. I don't know how many watts this is. Usually it tells you. Probably on the other side. Oh, that looks like it's ready. Ready to feel the burn. The reason why I'm blowing is because I don't want the smoke detector to go off. Nice. Now I'm ready for the next gig. Put that here, and I can bring this down. Sorry, I missed you earlier, Apex, but this will be a long one if you watch this one. But you could scrub through it. That's the best. And I'm going to make it shorter, for sure. So right now you caught me in the cleanup process. So it's almost finito. But keeping all the parts with the parts. You can chip that off. Oh, bummer. That sucks. I'll definitely keep this in the box. I say it sucks because I have some parts missing. I have this, which is the screws that I just took out for the gimbal protector, but seems to be another screw missing. The screws that go to the mount for the DJI O3 air unit, but that's going to be on there forever anyway. So, but you know, I like to know where the stuff is. That means I gotta go hunting one day and look for the set. But I'm gonna sign off soon because this video is too long. Because then some people might get discouraged from clicking on it because it's just too long. But yes, I'm going to go enjoy the rest of the holidays. Thank goodness this is done. And it worked. It didn't blow up. But that's also thanks to tips from FPV Unknown. I'm just gonna look for some stuff, and I'll see you all next time.